we need some outside universal threat to make us recognize this common bound. I occasionally think how quickly our differences worldwide would vanish if we were facing an alien threat from outside this world.
Good evening and welcome to Spaced Out Radio tonight. My name is Dave Scott. Very much appreciate all of you tuning us on in for a great night of radio with Michael W. Hall, the paranormal lawyer, in his new book, UFOs and the 21st Century Church. We're going to get to Michael here momentarily, but first, let us say hello to each and every one of you. We have Laura Lobbs in the gold medal position, race fan with a silver, and B taking home the bronze medal tonight. Chris Laker, how you doing? Robert Lamoth, attorney at large, Michael Morris, Roy Boy, and Jimmy Gonzalez. Good to see you all. Chef Chris, thank you for coming on in. Hi, Jennifer Patterson and Chris 716, and of course, race fan. You're not here though. You're not here. Mike Rivers, how you doing? Lee the Bee, Brown Dwarf, Kevin, and Griff. Thanks for coming on in. Roger Murray, good to have you here, and Dave Walters, good to see you back. Kathy Evans, Luffy Pirate. Mwah, to my mother, Catherine. How are you? Good to see you, my dear. And there he is, number 68 in your program from Stockholm, Sweden, starting at right wing, Lars Jansson. Penny Van has returned. Penny Van will be signing autographs after the show. Line up to the left of the studio, if you don't mind, to the left of the studio. Rat Sass, how you doing, buddy? Tokeland, Ann Palmer, and Scanman, what's happening? Major Lee is back. Major Lee will be signing autographs after the show as well. Line up to the right of the studio, if you don't mind, to the right of the studio. T-Bone, Forrest Louie, how you doing, buddy? And who else do we have here? We got Tim Mothman and his goatee. Following up, we have the lovely and talented Kira. I'm glad to see you, my dear. Thank you for coming on in. All right, who else is here? Let's scroll on down and find out. Ron Baca. Nice to see you. Paul Damon, what's happening? Millennium, my man, good to see you. And there's Maggie M10, nice to have you back. Trace B, thanks for coming on in. And the purple-haired Pixie Lara, we love you, dear. Hope you're having a great night. Deer Slayer, what's happening? Sandra Kincaid, nice to have you back. Robin M from Terrans, or greetings, Terrans from Southern California. Welcome to the SOR chat, Robin M. Thank you for joining us. Sweet Donna C, Pam Harris, Keyshawn, how you guys doing? Noble Patrick, thank you for joining us. Doug Shelby is here. The Doug Shelby has arrived, which means we can officially start this show. Let's continue on. Jonathan Sims, good to see you. Nina Williams and Forrest Louie, as almost always, thank you for kicking off the Super Chat tonight. The Super Chat is a wonderful way to support what we do on this show on a nightly basis, so thank you so much. Thomas Rock, thank you for coming on in. And who else is joining us? Let's take a look. Flat 6, Vanessa, good to see you both. And Digger Dog, thanks for coming on in. Scrolling on down, there's Mr. Cowley and Feisty Kitty, nice to see you both. From Thailand, Greg Maloney. And from the UK, good morning, Commonwealth Andrew. Let's get the radio side going here. Hello to everyone listening in on Spaced Out Radio's radio and podcast side. My name is Dave Scott. We're talking with Michael W. Hall tonight and UFOs and the 21st Century Church, his brand new book that you can find on Amazon. And we are awaiting, and there he is, Bill WD40 into the Spreaker chat room to lube us up for tonight's show, because you always want to go into a show nice and smooth. All right. Travis Willie Moosetoos, how you doing, buddy? D. Cohen, how you doing? And first time in chat for Robin. That's awesome. Mentira, what's happening? And Kurt M. And let's see, where are we here on the roll call? JSCO, Asteroid, good to see you both. We are caught up officially. And yeah, we got like 15 seconds. Remember, the super chat is open. Hi, Human Carl over on Spreaker. And yeah, what else can I say? Go shopping at our Spaced Out Radio store and our website. We do not have ugly swag, people. Horns up. Let's rock. From the mountains of central British Columbia to you listening around the world, this, my friends, is Spaced Out Radio. I am your host, Dave Scott, sitting in the captain's chair of SOR headquarters. We welcome you to tonight's show and our terrestrial affiliates around North America, digitally on Odyssey Radio, TalkStream Live, and KPNL. All of our archives are free. Join us at youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Do old Davey the favor, hit that subscribe button. You can follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio, Instagram at Spaced Out Radio Show, and on Patreon in the SOR Space Travelers Club. Our website, spacedoutradio.com. We have a plethora of features for you. Rock out to Bumblefoot, read the news wire, check out our swag as well. Tonight's show is brought to you by Chive Charities. Help make the world 10% happier by visiting Chive Charities today. You can find them on our website. We got a great show going on all night long. It's going to be about UFOs tonight. The paranormal lawyer himself, Michael W. Hall, will join us momentarily to talk about his brand new book. Then, in hour 3, Steve Stockton returns for another spooky story from Among the Missing. Courtney Marcassani will then join us for the UFO report. The paranormal lawyer, Michael W. Hall, has a brand new book out called UFOs and the 21st Century Church. As you know, our faith-based community is in desperate need of a triage assistance, to deal with the swiftly approaching paradigm shift of UFO and ET disclosure. It is Michael's sincerest feeling that if we lose the positive influence of local churches because of their inability to adequately respond to the reality of extraterrestrial life, the fabric of society will slowly deteriorate into potential chaos. That's why we're bringing him on tonight. Michael W. Hall, the paranormal lawyer. It's been a while since we had you on Spaced Out Radio. How you doing, my friend?
Oh, Dave, I'm doing really well. Kind of excited for this holiday season, actually. And of course, I've got something to do here now with this new book coming out. So thanks for having me on.
Not a problem, Mike. And you know, the one thing that I love about you is your honest and open approach, almost with humility, the way you do things. You know, you have been around the block as a judge, as a lawyer in Washington State. And, you know, you got into the UFO world a number of years ago where you and I met at a Paracon in Concrete, Washington, and we've become very good friends since then. Michael, your love and your quest for knowledge in this subject is really second to none. How did you end up going from lawyer and judge to UFO enthusiast?
Yeah, that's a great question. As a matter of fact, I guess I can credit you as dragging me down the first deep rabbit hole when we met, and you kind of got me involved, later in life. But I was always the kid that was interested in the strange and otherworldly. For instance, I started out with comic books like everybody did, and Batman, Superman, the Freeze, all those cool 1950s comic books. I grew up in the 50s, by the way. I'm 71 years old now. But after that, I got into those dime novels, the contactees, George Van Tassel, George Adamski, and all the things that were strange because back in those days in the 50s, people were talking openly about meeting Venusians in the desert, all that kind of stuff. So that fascinated the heck out of me. Then I was always the kid, the strange kid in Sunday school that would be asking the weird questions. You know, what's up with all these giants in the Bible, right? What's the idea of a witch? The witch of Endor is in the Bible. And then, of course, you've got the burning bush. You've got like Ezekiel's wheel within a wheel. I mean, there was just strange things happening when I was a kid growing up in the church that they didn't explain at all. They just basically skipped over that stuff. So as I got older, I kept my interest up in the strange and paranormal, as you well know, even Bigfoot, ghosts and all that kind of stuff. Then I went to law school. And when I was going to law school, it kind of opens your eyes a bit, about what is going on in the world and what you possibly can do to help others. And one of the things that I did was able to help my paranormal researcher friends who in their legal issues that would come up periodically. They would have like NDAs, to review because they didn't want to sign anything without having someone look at it. They wanted to maybe form a nonprofit corporation, that kind of thing. Or they had like some release documents that they needed to come up with so people would not sue them for their research or that kind of thing. So it got I got kind of known, as the guy who is available as a lawyer to do these weird things, because you're not going to find that many lawyers out there that's willing to even go into this whole area. By the way, I think you know that after you monikered me as the paranormal lawyer, my own bar association in the state of Washington contacted me and did a feature story in the bar news, monthly bar news kind of thing. And they picked up on the paranormal lawyer. And there you go, the hat and the whole thing. I love your hat, by the way. That is a classic. And I'm sure there's a...
Just for you, my friend.
I'm sure there's a story behind that.
You know what? The story is jealousy. Remember when when you were up here for our Paracon that we did in 2018, and you let me try on your hat for the first time.
Yes, and take your picture.
Hat. I've been looking for the perfect hat, and I finally found it this year in Whistler.
Oh, nice.
Whistler. And between you and the crypto guru, Ronald Murphy, you guys wearing the fedoras, it just made me really jealous. And so I'm copycatting you guys.
Well, it fits. Your personality is sterling and is coming out with that hat. So good job.
Well, I appreciate that. You are someone who has been through all levels of ufology, from researcher with the UFO I team in Washington State to radio host to like you said, lawyer to many people within, including Grant Cameron, and longtime lawyer to Peter Davenport of UFORC, who is one of I think the premier legendary UFO researcher who defies time. He really does. I mean, you have got to know and talk with a lot of heavyweights in this field. You're always so positive and optimistic in an ever-growing pessimistic world of UFOs. How do you end up staying so positive when everything seems to be so tongue-in-cheek?
Well, I appreciate that. I tell you what, I have this, as I get older here, I have a different perspective on life in general. In the idea that, I'm a baby boomer, born in the 50s, and anybody between the 1946 and 1964 being born within that period of time is considered a baby boomer. And indeed, there, after the Second World War, there was the most, I would say, influx of souls to the planet that ended up being baby boomers after the war because of all the post-war babies. And in reality, the baby boomers have been catered to our entire lives as we got older and older. That was like the Gerber baby food. There were the diapers. There were the various things that we were kind of catered to, including it now that we're getting older. Adult care and those kinds of things as well. But it's the idea that I'm not really going to be here on this planet for very long. When you look at eternity and the fact that I might be here another 10 years or more or whatever, it's just a split second when you talk about the big thing. So I'm totally amazed that I was born in time to be able to watch this transition that's happening on the planet. And you are a big part of it as well, because you're basically in my generation also.
Why do you believe UFOs and alien life is on Earth?
I think they've probably always been on Earth. In reality, and my gosh, the Bible is a good example. It's like Old Testament, New Testament's 2,000 years ago. All throughout that historical document are, stories of strange gods, the big god or smaller gods that come down and visit, angels, even demons, of course. So these are extraterrestrial entities that have played a part in our history and development here on the planet. So I think they've probably always been here. There's, of course, the theory that maybe they were involved in actually bringing us about, because of the tweaking that they might have done to the native hominids on the planet. So, yeah, I don't know exactly their agenda, but I can tell you that, if they wanted to wipe us out and or enslave us all, I would not have waited, if I were them, until we developed the nuclear weapons that we've got. So it's kind of weird that they haven't taken over at this point. I would imagine there are both good and bad out there, just like we have, of course, the diversity on our planet. So I think we're going to be very interesting. It's going to be very interesting to find out what's going on once we join that cosmic community out there.
I think you bring up some very delicate and great points at the same time. That I'm not sure how long aliens have been around on Earth, Michael, but the one thing that I have always argued against this threat narrative that we have seen for the last 7 years is that they wouldn't have waited until we weaponized ourselves with, in our terms, modern day weapons, to them, whatever they may be, to try and take over this planet. If they wanted to enslave us, if they wanted to wipe out humanity, whatever it may be. I think that they are preying on people who have become paranoid over the last number of decades, likely since 9/11, where people have become extremely paranoid and fearful of thy neighbor. And I think that this has played right into their intention. They're being the invisible college who seems to be running this UFO story. What is your thoughts on that?
I totally agree with you. There indeed is, like you say, an invisible college, a power that be behind the scenes that seems to transcend national boundaries and barriers, because obviously this is a worldwide phenomena, and it takes the type of a coordination from a major organization like they are, whatever their names are, Illuminati, whatever you want to call them, to be able to keep these things under the wraps for the last 80 years. And it's kind of interesting, Dave. Since 2017, with the New York Times article coming out about the Tic Tac UFOs and those kinds of things, confirming from the Department of Defense and the Pentagon that UFOs actually exist finally, Since that period of time, you wonder why all of a sudden, with the congressional hearings now recently and the Schumer amendment that's potentially coming down the road, why are they now making the big push for disclosure? My theory is they've probably been given a deadline for some reason, potentially by the ETs themselves, right? Because nothing else explains the idea that they're also all of a sudden trying to get into this disclosure process.
I couldn't agree with you 100% more, Michael. Okay. There's only two reasons, and I've said this for a long time, and it's probably repetitive to what you believe. But my belief is this, and I've been saying this for a couple of years when I started the hashtag why now? Because this has never made any sense. There is
Yeah.
no need for it whatsoever. In the volatile world we're living in, this is the last thing we need is alien contact. We're not prepared for it. Not prepared for it as a world or as a species whatsoever. Very few are. The people who've had experiences, the people who have studied this subject, yes, we may be prepared, okay? But the majority of us are not. And, I'm not trying to sound negative about that, but there is a reality to this story. And the point that I'm getting at is I only came down with two solutions as to why now. Number one, false flag. Okay. In order to corrupt the world, take away more freedom, we had to have a fear mongering session. And that next one, because people aren't falling for nuclear war anymore, people aren't falling for COVID anymore, or whatever it may be. People are done. The only thing that is going to scare people next big is an alien invasion. Okay. Just like Dr. Stephen Greer said. Or if you've studied this subject enough and you know that these beings have traveled here from wherever, other dimensions, the future, outer space, wherever it may be, I strongly believe that there was a phone call to someone in the Pentagon or they intercepted a signal saying, we're coming and we're not that far away. So start preparing. And I think it's the latter. I really do. It's the one that makes sense.
I totally agree. It's the only thing that makes sense. If, for instance, the powers that be wanted to disclose this for their own reasons, I think basically they would be going for the evil alien agenda, like you mentioned, just to try to scare us to control the planet, that kind of thing. But indeed, I think there's a bigger purpose for this whole thing. And the fact that the powers that be are probably shaking in their boots right now, with the idea being is that they might have a deadline to deal with this. And if they don't do it correctly, the world is going to basically, boot them out of office, not going to believe what they're telling them anymore. There's going to be a massive blowback that's coming down the road here, I believe, a paradigm shift. And of course, that's one of the reasons that I wanted to write this latest book, is to help the faith-based people deal with this whole thing that's coming down the road, because they're totally not going to be prepared.
We're going to get into your book in about 5 minutes after we get back from the break here at the bottom of the hour. Michael W. Hall, the paranormal lawyer, is with us tonight. Michael, all in all, and I ask a lot of people this repetitive question, do you believe we are in a disclosure movement, or with all the politics being played and, trying to figure out the difference between a UAP and a UFO, are we in a confirmation movement?
That's a very good analysis, Dave. I believe we're in a confirmation movement, because indeed disclosure has already happened. I mean, we've got the Admiral Wilson memo, from my client, Grant Cameron. We've got Dr. Eric Davis confirming that he has briefed the Senate on the crashed saucers that they've been trying to reverse engineer. And of course, David Grush as well. I mean, disclosure has already happened, but official confirmation is the next step, with the President of the United States standing up behind the podium and disclosing, confirming that this is actually a reality now.
Do you believe, Michael, that the reason why we haven't disclosed, so to speak, is that deep down, the deep secrets of the United States government could cause major lawsuits from people, from parties, from businesses, from everything? Do you think that's why this deep state threat of disclosure really cannot happen?
Well, that is the big conundrum that the powers that be need to deal with, because indeed, like I said, this major blowback is coming down the road. Once you disclose a small portion of this story, the first domino falls over. They're all going to come out, and all the truth is going to have to come out eventually. That's where these lawsuits, class actions, everything is going to be on the table at that point. And of course, they're talking about, getting, everybody some kind of an amnesty program, so they're not going to be going after all the, well, look at the JFK records, whole idea. They're still not disclosing all of the JFK records. So you can determine that they're going to be holding back as much as they possibly can. But once they get that first thing disclosed, everything else is going to come out, and that's going to be just a massive problem.
2 minutes to go. What could people be watching for if true disclosure came out? Is it the U.S. government knowing people are going to be taken? Maybe who's being taken, when they're being taken? People who have died in military service because of UFOs? I mean, what are we talking about here?
Well, I think the next step that's going to happen, and hopefully it's not too far down the road, is that the whistleblowers that David Grush had spoken to under his office that he was at the time, that there were like 40 of them that he got some testimony to, and took to the intelligence communities, and of course the Congress and the Senate as well, to testify in front of them. I think those guys, whoever they are, women, men, are going to finally come forth. At one point, they're going to throw their careers out the window like David Grush did, and decide that this is the most important thing that could happen on the planet. When that does happen, there's going to be a floodgate of truth that comes out that they're going to have a difficult time managing at that point.
And that's the difficulty. And I think that's where the fear comes from. Because could you imagine, Michael, if all of a sudden everything is released and Michael W. Hall's name is on that list that the United States government knows he's been taken and when he's been taken? I mean, that's a lawsuit right there.
Yeah, and all the other issues as well on the thing of the fact that these aliens might have been here for quite a while, and have interacted with our planet for eons, and potentially even interacted with our religions as well.
Bingo. When we return on Spaced Out Radio with Michael W. Hall, we're going to get into his next book that is just released on Amazon, UFOs and the 21st Century Church. What's in store for us? We're going to find out from author, paranormal lawyer, Michael W. Hall, right here on Spaced Out Radio. So stay tuned. The second half hour is going to be very interesting indeed. Solid start right there, my man.
Oh, man. Awesome job there. You just kept that thing moving.
That's what I try to do. That's what I try to do.
Very good.
Yeah.
How's my audio? Okay?
Yeah, you're sounding great.
Good.
You're sounding great. W. Decker, it's great to have you back, man. I hope you're doing well. I've been concerned about you recently because I hadn't seen you. Hermit Life, welcome to SOR Chat. Who else is here? Kim Jellin, are you flossing right now? Be honest. Gizmo, holy cow. BBD Warrior, it's been months. Where have you been hiding? Matthew Goodka, what's happening, my buddy? I am not a monster. Hello. Welcome to SOR Chat. Our favorite Marine, Black Dragon. Wes H. Lightwalkers. Nice to see you all. Okay, good, W. Decker. Thank you for the update. Appreciate you, buddy. River Dogma, what's happening? The Millennium, my man. All right. The hell? Ah. We're trying to convince Michael to come down to the fan party in Reno, the 3rd annual SOR fan party. We're going to try and get him there. Robert Anthony, how you doing, buddy? How much weight did you lose, Mike? 100
Well,
and what?
Over 200.
Good for you.
Yeah, you remember me when I was about a 400-pounder.
Yep. You were a big fish.
Well, the bariatric surgery saved my life. Reality, yeah.
Good for you. And you lost 200 pounds.
Oh yeah. It just melted off so quickly. It was just amazing. Now,
Very cool.
I think they've got some medications now for people to do something very similar without the operation. It's amazing.
I got to look into that.
No, I'm serious. It's FDA approved and everything, this medication.
What's it called?
I forget what it's called. Just look under weight loss medication on the internet.
I was on what the hell is it? It's an injection needle.
Yeah.
Ozempic. Yeah, thank you, Kira. I was on Ozempic, and hi, Ant-Man, how you doing? I lost about 25 pounds. But I lost my sense of smell. Everything smelled like burnt toast.
Whoa.
And it really played with my stomach. A lot of heartburn, a lot of gassiness, and I stopped it after about 9 months because I plateaued. Just wasn't losing any more weight.
Yeah.
Ninja Dave, welcome to SOR Chat. And so, yeah, I ended up stopping it, but I mean, I've puffed right out. Feel like a Pillsbury doughboy right now, but I'll take care of that. One second here. Thank you to Forrest Louie, T-Bone, Jenny, Kira, and W. Decker for the great super chats. It's a wonderful way to support what we do on this show on a nightly basis. So thank you. And don't forget to shop at our Spaced Out Radio store. We do not have ugly swag, people. So go get some today. Here we go. Second half hour of Spaced Out Radio is now underway. Good to have you with us. My name is Dave Scott. Very much appreciate earning your listening ears wherever you are on this beautiful planet we call Earth. I want to remind all of you that if you missed portions of this show or others, check out our free archives by going to youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Do old Davey the favor, hit that subscribe button. Our website, spacedoutradio.com. We have a plethora of features for you. Rock out to Bumblefoot, read the news wire, check out our swag as well. Follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio, Instagram at Spaced Out Radio Show, and on Patreon, you can join the Space Travelers Club. Here we go with Michael W. Hall, aka the Paranormal Lawyer. You know him around these parts, being pretty familiar with SOR and our great history. Well, he's an author. He's an investigator, television star, lawyer. By gun it, he's got nice teeth as well. Michael, thank you for joining us and telling us about your brand new book you have out on Amazon right now, UFOs and the 21st Century Church. This is a controversial topic, man. Why did you decide to go down this road?
Oh, man. After much prayer, Dave. Holy mackerel. You know, I'm a lawyer. I'm a retired pro tem judge. I really don't have, well, I was vice president of Puget Sound Christian College. That was okay. But I mean, there's a whole lot of other folks that should have written this book. But I looked around and I'm going, well, nobody's doing this. Nobody's talking about the idea that there's a major paradigm shift coming down the road for our faith-based believers out there. And I got to thinking, well, maybe I should give it a shot, you know, and then you go back and forth and back, and you just kind of like, doubt yourself and your abilities. But I jumped in there, and I'll tell you what, buddy, this book is my bestseller so far of all I've got 24 books up on Amazon, and this one is like going to outstrip them all. But it's also going to be the most controversial, as you mentioned, I'm sure.
Okay, so every time we've seen somebody try to blend UFOs and religion, it always either ends in a very deep religious spiritual talk or ends up being politically ostracized because, we're not supposed to really combine the two. They're oil and water, which I don't personally believe, but most people treat the subject that way. So why dip your foot in one in oil and one in water in order to blend these two together?
Oh, that's a good analogy. The real interesting thing that I came across was some statistics out there. They say with a Roper poll that there's about 80% of Americans who believe in extraterrestrial life and also believe that aliens might be visiting the planet. There's a big percentage of folks out there who believe that nowadays. But when I got to thinking about that, I'm going, wait a minute. If 80% of the people in the United States believes that, there's probably a whole lot of Christians out there that are doing the same thing. And what I'm finding with my research is that most Christians don't really have, or even faith-based believers, don't really have a problem with aliens existing. Of course, there's, a lot of folks that are worried about them being demonic, and being negative and those kinds of things as well. But there are many people out there that won't have a real problem with the idea that aliens exist out there in space or on another planet and stuff. So that encouraged me a little bit, thinking, well, if there's that many people in the United States that are behind the idea of extraterrestrial life. And most of them are Christians, of course, in America. So I figured, well, this is something that we need to, and what I really got to thinking was, if we lose our local churches, the corner Baptist church, the Methodist church, the Catholic church on the corner, because they're not able to respond, for instance, to the confirmation of the reality of aliens existing. If we lose our local churches and the networks that they provide for our society, we're going to be in big trouble, literally. So something out there has got to happen to help them get over this coming paradigm shift.
Many religions out there, whether it's the Catholic Church or the Christian community, even the Muslims and many others, tend to look at the idea of extraterrestrials and aliens, as you said, as demons, as something that's a start of Armageddon or end times. Anything that comes from space that isn't a bird or an airplane seems to be really taken with an evil eye, so to speak. And yet here we are on the precipice of potential confirmation that alien life is visiting this planet. I mean, do you think in your studies, have these major religions been talking about this subject behind the scenes?
Yes, indeed they have. As a matter of fact, in my new book, I highlight the fact that the Catholic Church and the Mormon Church are way ahead of the curve here on the reality of aliens. Of course, you probably heard not too long ago that the Pope confirmed that if aliens wanted to get baptized, that he would have no problem with that. And of course, there are the Vatican observatory staff and guys that are in charge of the observatory there, confirming also that aliens are probably present out there in space and maybe even visiting our planet as well. So the Catholic Church is, I mean, obviously they kind of position them to be potentially the one world religion in the future because they are ready and willing to go. And of course, the Mormon Church historically has always had the theories that there are life on other planets, even in our solar system. So yeah, there's certain religions that are not going to have a problem with this at all, and they're going to come out eventually when confirmation happens, and we're going to go, "We told you so." That's what they're going to say.
Yeah, and I can see that. I mean, let's start with the Catholic Church here for a moment, Michael. Everybody out there who looks at the UFO subject, it always comes down to somehow one path comes down to, what does the Catholic Church know? Why do they have an interest in space? And as you said, why did Pope Francis come out saying he would baptize aliens when they get here if they wanted to be put under Jesus Christ's name? Okay. But the Vatican, being as secretive as it is, still will not let us know what they truly know. Okay. What they truly know about what's hiding in their libraries, in their tunnels, in their sanctuaries that could have answers to everything from eternal life to cures for cancer or cures for diseases or 0 point energy or anti-gravity. I mean, we talk about the American government and the military industrial complex holding on to these secrets. There's a good chance the Vatican has them as well.
Indeed, you would think, given the fact that the Catholic Church has been one of the major forces around our planet, completely, with their connections, with their money, obviously, and influence, they probably have whatever information is available, even before our governments out there probably had it. Then, of course, you've got the abilities for the ETs to potentially make disclosures to whoever they want. And there's stories of George Adamski back in the 50s, a UFO contactee going and visiting with the Pope. Those kinds of stories. There's stories about the Vatican Observatory, which has been around for a long time, and we're always interested in documenting what was going on, out there in the cosmos. So, I would assume that the religions of this world, especially the Catholics, the Mormons, and many other denominations, probably, as you get higher and higher up, they're probably well in the know of what's really happening here. And I would imagine right now, potentially, they're scrambling, trying to figure out what they're going to do if the government comes out and confirms that aliens exist.
Do you think that the Vatican and the United States government are working together regarding this? I mean, we've seen the U.S. work with other governments regarding subjects. I mean, Five Eyes, for instance, the UK, New Zealand, Australia, and Canada. Okay, and even Canada, because of the politics going on up here, has been cut out a little bit of that. But we know the UFO subject has come up within the Five Eyes. And I'm curious if you think that the U.S. government and the Vatican have been pushing what they are going to do together. I mean, let's face it, 1.5 billion Catholics on a planet that's 8 billion people long, they still have a lot of pull on this planet.
Yeah, exactly. And they have a communication network that is par excellence. I always like to think about the idea of the real popular movie Contact with Jodie Foster. Do you remember there was kind of like a group of people behind the scenes that was in like a committee? They had a pastor or a theologian. They had scientists. They had Jodie Foster as a scientist herself. Those folks were consulted once the confirmation had happened that there were aliens out there, and this machine was built to have contact with them in the movie. So I can well imagine that there is something very similar right now going on behind the scenes, almost like an MJ-12, that was formed in the 40s, 1947 or so, after the Roswell crash, that they are now scrambling around trying to figure out how they're going to deal with the reality that there might be a deadline given by the ETs, and they're going to have to, as a group, a new MJ-12 or whatever, figure out how to best inform the people of what's happening out there. I think the church and the state are probably in there together trying to figure it out.
Out of all the religions on the planet, which ones are least likely prepared for this?
I would basically say that there are some Middle Eastern religions and or East Indian kind of religions that are going to be not having too much of a problem with that at all, given their background and history. But there is a lot of folks who have taken, for instance, the Christian tenets and dogma and picked and choosed what they wanted out of the Bible and have gone towards a real strict interpretation of some of the things in there. Maybe very far to the right. They're not going to be able to even comprehend the idea that aliens could even exist on the planet and coexist with us, for instance. That's one of the other issues in my book, is trying to figure out and think, well, how would even the aliens react to potentially being incorporated into our society? What would their thoughts be in that regard? So, yeah, there's going to be uh, some very strict religious people that will. I mean, it's almost as if they're going to have to, you know, like the Mormons did at one point, find a spot that they can all get together and try to perpetrate their idea of reality in the Bible and religion. I don't know if they're going to be able to do that, but nowadays with all the communication, immediate, with social media and everything, it is going to be very interesting to see how people handle it. By the way, I think the young people of this world are going to have no problem. These
I
people
agree.
are almost there.
I totally agree with you there, with the younger generation, and I see it in my kids, and I believe that I can see where a lot of the more evangelical Christian side of things, if we focus on North America here and Western religion, I see the Christian faith having the most trouble with this. They've grown up with a Bible that was rewritten and then rewritten for a king back in the 1100s for King
Yeah.
John or King James, pardon me.
Yep.
And I see, like, knowing people that I associate with around my town, a lot of Christian people, a lot of people who go to church every weekend, and and I've talked to pastors and I've talked to spiritual leaders about this. They are on the strict belief that anything that comes from space is not good unless it's a rock, unless it's sunlight, rain, snow, wind, but any type of life form they believe is from the devil himself. Why the narrow-mindedness in that, Michael?
I think it's because they can't comprehend it. And by the way, if they would read their Bible in a reinvention kind of a way, or just keeping their mind open when they read it, there are so many amazing things that are happening in the Bible that if they nowadays happened, I'm sure they would say that those were demonic as well. But here's the thing that I have a problem with. Many church believers and pastors will say, don't even go there. Don't even, study the idea of extraterrestrials because it's all demonic. And then I go, well, wait a minute. If that's what you believe, you're not going to do anything about it? They just don't want to touch it. And I'm thinking, if indeed they are demonic, we want to get our spiritual warfare, shields on. We want to bring all the armor of God to bear on try to fight these things if indeed they believe that they're all demonic. It's the weirdest thing. They would actually do nothing about it because they just dismiss it.
It's funny because I consider myself, I'm not a religious man whatsoever. Okay. And I am not someone who goes to church. I don't. Going to a church for me is like stepping into a ring with Mike Tyson for 10 rounds, and you're only lasting 2 rounds of it. But the point that I'm getting at is Michael, is this: I consider myself a creationist. Okay, because it makes the most logical sense to me. I don't preach it. I don't talk to people about it. It's just, that's my choice. Okay, and I don't understand where the lack of understanding of talking to Christian people. How long is a day? To us, it's 24 hours. But when God was creating the universe, the heavens, the earth, and everything, and he allegedly did it in 7 days, how long was a day? And how do we know, if he could multitask, that we're the only ones that he made life for? It doesn't make sense, because he may in those 7 days, let's say a day lasted 1,000,000 years in human time. Well, if he made other life forms in other areas first, we're a million years behind.
I like it. You're right.
And so many have troubles understanding that.
Well, and so many also have this minuscule idea of God. I mean, it is just, I mean, if you took the time just to kind of get some perspective of how big the universe is, let alone how big our even small little galaxy is, it's 100 light years across the Milky Way galaxy. It would take 100 years at the speed of light to get to the other side of our own galaxy. But that's nothing. As you look at that Hubble telescope deep field photograph, showing us that there are tens of thousands of galaxies out there, you start to realize, wait a minute, this thing that we are existing in is much bigger than we could even imagine. And indeed, if there is a creative force behind all of that, my gosh, God is much bigger than anybody could even comprehend here on this planet, which is amazing to me because basically the church and many faith-based denominations have they don't even talk about that or have any clue of it being so big. And then, of course, in the movie Contact, Jodie Foster finally says, if we are all that it is out there in this vastness of the universe, what a waste of space. It's just amazing.
It really is. And we don't know the size of the universe. We can only assume. We're finding more Earth-based like planets almost monthly here. I think there's over 4,200 that have been found in the Goldilocks zone since we started looking 20 years ago plus. I mean, is it at the time where people look? I'm not saying religion is a bad thing, but religion does have to evolve, and the potential of alien life out there and it actually visiting us right now. Is this something that spiritual leaders are looking to evolve to? Because if you look at First Nations people, okay, they already believe. I know that our First Nations right near us, where you got to meet a couple of them when you were up here, okay, they are very strong into the Star people. The Star people have not been kind to their nation, okay? But there are other nations out there where the Star people have been very giving and understanding. How do we look at this?
Exactly. And of course, you've got the Navajos down here in the southwest of America that talk about the ant people, even living underground and helping them survive. When, for instance, they had a big war, the American Indians did back in those days, the indigenous people against the giants that were roaming around the area there. And they always had a problem with that. And of course, the ant people were their saviors at one point. But yeah, you're right. It's the kind of thing that I think spiritual leaders on the planet have already thought about, and way ahead of the local or even national denominations, because they see the reality. Dave, it's almost like if you can equate the ideas that, when the World War II thing broke out, and people young men all across America had to go overseas.
Let's hold that thought. Let's go to break here at the top of the hour. Michael W. Hall, his brand new book, UFOs and the 21st Century Church. We're going to continue this interesting conversation when we return on Spaced Out Radio for hour number 2 with the Paranormal Lawyer. We'll be right back. All right, buddy, we are clear.
All right. Sorry about the running over the break there.
My fault. I should have been better on time. I'm just going to take a quick break. I'm going to put you in the green room, Mike. Don't hang up. We'll be right back, okay? We got about 5.5 minutes. Need a little cold breeze in here. All right, let's bring the paranormal lawyer back. Want to remind everybody that you can join the Space Travelers Club for as low as $5 a month on Patreon. You can also prepare to have some fun. If you're looking for a Christmas present for yourself or somebody else, fan of this show, come join us at the SOR Fan Party, the third annual. We're going to Reno, Nevada, May 10th through 12th, 2024. We got a bunch of special guests coming for you, including the SOR team, Science Bob, Lala Bright, Tim Senor, Melinda Leslie, Lorian Fenton, Geraldine Orozco, Jim Goodall, and more. Tom Whitmore is going to be there. We want to have you party with us. Tickets are $60 or $100 for VIP, which you get a full swag bag. Ask those in our chat room who were there last year about how much fun it is to hang out with all of us. Hey, you want to take Jim Goodall for lunch and go share some stories? You do it. You want to hang out with me and have a drink and talk some UFOs? Let's do it. That's what it's all about. It's not a conference, okay? You go to a conference, you never get access like that to the people. I've been to conferences where I've wanted to talk to people and couldn't do it, couldn't find them. That's why we do the SOR fan party. And everybody is invited. We all want you all there. So come join us May 10th through 12th. The store is open on our website, spacedoutradio.com. Thank you to our super night, Louis ×2, T-Bone, Jenny, Kira, and W. Decker. Here we go with hour 2.
You're listening to Spaced Out Radio with Dave Scott. Follow Dave on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio and on Facebook, Spaced Out Radio Show.
Here we go with hour number 2 of Spaced Out Radio tonight. I very much appreciate earning your listening ears wherever you are on this beautiful planet we call Earth. Hello to everyone listening in on our terrestrial affiliates around North America, digitally on Odyssey Radio, TalkStream Live, and KPNL. All of our archives are free. Join us at youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Do me the favor, hit that subscribe button. The Desert Clam has set the password for tonight in the SOR Space Travelers Club. Nakarat. Nakarat is your password. Use it wisely, Space Travelers, as the Clam sets the password each and every night right here on Spaced Out Radio. Our website, spacedoutradio.com. We have a plethora of features for you. Rock out to Bumblefoot, read the news wire, check out our swag as well. Follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio, Instagram at Spaced Out Radio Show, and you can join us on Patreon for the Space Travelers Club. Here we go with hour 2 of Spaced Out Radio. We are talking to the paranormal lawyer, Michael W. Hall, and we are hanging out talking to him about his brand new book, UFOs of the 21st Century Church. And Michael, thank you so much for being with us. Where can people find your brand new book?
You know, they can just go to Amazon.com, punch in the title, UFOs and the 21st Century Church, or Michael W. Hall. It'll pop up either way.
What has been the response to this book so far for you, Mike?
Well, pretty good. I'm excited because, you know, I have quite a lot of feelers out there in the community, and I was a little trepidatious on what the ufology community might think about this, let alone the faith-based church. You know, I was attending a Pentecostal church for over 20 years, and the whole idea is that those folks are, you know, quite strict in their interpretations of the scripture as well. But so far, I have been very surprised that kind of my lay friends out there, the people that didn't realize that I was writing a book about religion and UFOs, they were going, you know, this is something that needed to be done. Someone needed to figure out what the Christians, the faith-based people out there are going to do when confirmation happens. And so I've been real pleased. It is literally the best-selling book I've ever got so far, just in the short period of time that it came out last month. So it's basically all set to go for the holiday season, I guess.
Yeah, I was just going to ask you the reaction from people within the religious communities, no matter the denomination, just what people are thinking about it, and trying to open up that conversation. Because in essence, that's what you're trying to do. You're trying to open up that conversation with the religious side of people, saying, look, what if we aren't alone in the universe? What if they do come? How do we react? How's that conversation been? Has it been uncomfortable?
It has not been. I have not been contacted yet by pastors or priests, other than the fact that some of the churches have confirmed that they've received my emails, with the digital copy, because I'm sending this around to the world. I'm trying to get as many pastors to at least see the book, whether they buy it or not in a hard copy. I don't care at this point, but I'm trying to make it available for them as easy as possible. But I haven't had anybody call me up and say, hey, we need to get together and talk to figure out what you mean by this book. And I'm looking forward to that, because indeed, what's going to happen here is that they are going to at one point kind of be caught with in a corner, and they're going to be going, what do we do from here? And they're going to look around for some kind of a resource, I believe, that that they can look to, that's Christ-centered, that is using Scripture itself to deal with this issue. And so that's what I'm trying to do, is, like you said, open up a dialogue with folks that have never even wanted to discuss this.
Do you think that there is a universal fear among some of the Western religions regarding aliens?
Yeah, but when I believe so, but when I look at those statistics that show that most people in America believe that aliens exist and that they're visiting the planet, obviously the Christians are part of that 80% somehow, probably in general. And so I think that most Christians in reality are not going to have a problem with this. That's a bold statement to make, but I think that's true.
Okay. And where do you think that argument is going to come from?
Well,
Like,
I'm assuming.
What part of the topic of aliens is what I'm looking for?
I don't think people have a problem with the idea that potentially aliens could exist out there in the universe. I don't think they're going to have a problem with that, even the faith-based religions. But I'm thinking they're going to have a major problem when it comes down to some people pointing out the fact that maybe we were tweaked on this planet as a humanity in our development. You're an evolutionist yourself, a creationist and an evolutionist, and basically the idea is that evolution probably was going on the planet, but something happened about 250,000 years ago that all of a sudden blossomed the stock on the planet into Homo sapiens sapiens for some reason. Just out of the blue, that happened. So when that is talked about, when those kinds of things are debated with priests and pastors and church leadership, boy, they're really going to have a problem with that, I believe.
What's the problem? Where are we going with that problem?
Well, the idea being is that if there was some kind of an alien race that potentially intervened in our creation, that's going to go against the idea that God created us in his own image, of course. Because they're going to think, well, God created us in our own image. right from the beginning, Adam and Eve looked just like us, that kind of thing. And I don't know that that's necessarily true, but it's going to be fascinating for faith-based believers, Christians for sure, to be dealing with the idea that extraterrestrials might have had a big, I don't know, some kind of involvement in our development here on the planet. Potentially, they still do. Who knows?
Well, I don't know. You bring up something good there. About we were made in God's image. If we were to believe that, other aliens though have 2 arms, 2 legs, knees, a torso. Many have been called humanoid-like, whether it's the Pleiadians or the tall blondes or many other of the species. Even the weirder, stranger beings like the Greys are still very humanoid-like. Mantid beings are humanoid-like, except for the head. Okay, we see a lot of this humanoid type of ancestry, if we could call it that. Okay, that seems to be among the stars or wherever they're coming from. So I don't know if that is that far-fetched.
No, you're right. And here's another interesting story. I love these kinds of things to bring up to folks that might not be up to speed on this. There was a Venusian by the name of Valiant Thor. You know about Valiant. And this guy literally in 1957 supposedly landed in Washington, D.C. in some park in his flying saucer, comes out and runs across a couple of police officers who think that, they saw this thing land and they saw this guy come out of this saucer. So they're freaking out and they're pulling their weapons. Valiant Thor, this is the guy's name, said, please take me to the president of your country. And of course, they eventually do, but they take him to the Pentagon first and figure it out. But in reality, he ends up meeting with Dwight Eisenhower and Richard Nixon, who was the vice president at the time. And Valiant Thor says that he's here on our planet, from Venus, by the way, to try to keep us from killing ourselves, basically. He wants to make sure that we don't develop nuclear weapons into, weapons enough to kill ourselves, in one fell swoop. And he's here to talk with the leaders of the world community to see if he can convince them to live in harmony. That was the guy named Valiant Thor. Now, here's the weird thing is that he ended up being a guest of the Pentagon for 3 years. He literally was a real guy. There's photographs of him meeting with various people. And literally this Valiant Thor believed in Jesus Christ. What the heck? That blew me away when I found that out with the book about him is called The Stranger at the Pentagon, Stranger at the Pentagon by Frank Stranges, you got it. So anyway, if we are dealing with a universal religion, a universal savior even, potentially. My goodness. And if other aliens and races out there believe that that's the case, it kind of goes towards maybe some of the, I always think to myself, what the heck, what if the basic tenets of the Bible are indeed correct? Nowadays people kind of like poo-poo scripture and they don't really get into, the reality that these things might be correct. What if it's indeed a historical record of what really happened and it's been written down to preserve it, and indeed all that stuff is true? That's something to think about.
I think it is something to think about. I mean, we don't know, which of these beings that are out there actually are God fearing. I mean, there's the famous book by the late Robert Kraft, who used to be the one of the editors of the Los Angeles Times, and after he retired, this is before this is probably mid '90s when his adventures started, and he was gone for 5 days, and he met up with a clan called the Verdants, Verdants, and his book was very impactful on me. The first one in his series of 3. I haven't read the other 2, but the first one talks about how these Verdants are very God-fearing, very religious. They live for about 20,000 years, and they are a bunch of scientist type of beings, but still very religious. And at one point in the book, he even talks about how out in space somewhere they found heaven, and
Wow.
their religious leader came up back to the ship and said, "Rejoice, we have found heaven. It is
Oh my
real."
word.
Yeah. So, I mean, is that part of his story? Is it part of what happened? Because according to his writings, they gave him 100% clarity on remembering everything that they went through over those 5 days. So it's very interesting to see how many people who have had ET contact have actually met up with extraterrestrials that seem to be God-fearing as well.
Yeah, you don't hear about that very often. And indeed, I've even heard those kinds of things from some of the other ET races that people encounter, if they're being abducted or whatever. But his name was Robert Kraft, right?
Krapf. Robert Kraft.
Oh, I see. PF. Got it. Thank you for
Yeah.
that. I'm gonna check into that. Very interesting. Yeah, I believe I mean, if you're paying attention to the universe and how big it is and the scientific discoveries that are happening every day nowadays, you get a better appreciation of God. My goodness, you would have to, unless you're not paying attention, you know. And indeed, if God has a representative in His Son that He's sending around to try to shape people up, that would be plausible as far as I can see.
Michael W. Hall is our guest tonight on Spaced Out Radio. UFOs and the 21st Century Church is what we are talking about. Michael, this is a difficult subject to write with and to write about, because a lot of people are not going to want to talk or go on record, I'm assuming, because of the context of what you were writing. Did you have any kickback from people who did not want to be a part of this because of the conversation?
No, because literally I kind of kept this close to my vest until it was actually published. Only a few friends of mine, close friends and researchers, knew that I was even working on this kind of a thing. Matter of fact, I was encouraged by some of my ufologist colleagues out there because they always knew I was a faith-based guy, vice president of Puget Sound Christian College, and I was into UFOs and weirdness anyway. They encouraged me to give this a shot because I was always kind of talking about it. They said, well, go ahead and do it. You need to do this because no one else is.
What's your thoughts, or what is the difference between your book and, say, the work of Professor Diana Pasulka, who's been working on the world religions and the potential of ET contact as well?
Yes. Well, she is literally quite a scholar, and she has literally gone into the history of this kind of a phenomena as well. And of course, she's, a college professor and very well versed in the whole subject herself. So she has quite a lot of credibility. In reality, what I thought I would create would be kind of like, matter of fact, I call the book an executive summary, because I wanted to create a document that a local pastor might not be too embarrassed to have on his bookshelf. It does say UFOs on the spine and the title of the book, but it also says it's an executive summary. So what I tried to do is come up with a short version of the phenomena to try to get people up to speed, pastors and priests and church leaders who have no clue. Diane Pasulka is basically her audience is people who know this field, typically. Although she writes for lay people as well, that try to get them up to speed. But my targeted audience in this regard is pastors and church leaders, basically, who really don't know what to do when confirmation happens. So they're going to need some kind of a resource, but a primer, basically. It's just kind of like a fast idea, a fast book to get them up to speed.
Okay, we got about 3 minutes to go before we have to go to work here, or go to break here at the bottom of the hour. Michael W. Hall is our guest tonight on Spaced Out Radio. The scholarly aspect of this subject, is it more complex than just trying to convince someone aliens are real?
Well, I think that's the bottom line, Dave, on this whole subject matter. As we all know, with the Wilson Davis memo, the smoking gun UFO memo of the century, as Richard Dolan called it, that Grant Cameron, was able to find and finally get out to the public eventually. And by the way, I want to give you the credit, of course, because you basically broke Grant Cameron's first story about this Wilson memo on the air on SOR. I remember that. That was an important thing that you did. And basically the idea being is that in that document itself, it mentions the fact that these things are, interstellar. They fly through our atmosphere and underwater and through dimensions. It mentions that in the Wilson Davis memo. So indeed, if we're talking about, like Jacques Vallée mentions, interdimensionals as well, if we're talking about not just extraterrestrials, but we're talking about interdimensional entities, it goes to show you that there are other dimensions then that are reality that these people are coming from. And that's going to be a real interesting step for some people to take, even beyond the ET confirmation.
Is it about ET confirmation, Michael? We got about a minute left, or is it about something else?
Well, first of all, it is about the rising of the consciousness level of our planet. I mean, that's exactly what's going on right now. And more people are realizing, and it's not just that there are extraterrestrials out there, is that we need to get out there ourselves with our consciousness and join the local cosmic community.
And why is that important?
Well, I think it's, like you said, it's part of this whole evolutionary process of what we're doing here on the planet. First of all, we're dealing with our planet, and then we're learning about other planets, and we're learning about the moon and all that kind of stuff. And then we probably at one point will be leaving our planet, maybe even colonizing other, bodies in our solar system and beyond as well. So I think it's just part of the natural evolutionary process.
All right. On that note, we're going to leave it right there. And we're going to try and open it up to audience questions in the next half hour on Spaced Out Radio, because it is a very, very tough topic. UFOs and 21st century church. That's what it comes down to on Spaced Out Radio tonight with the paranormal lawyer, Michael W. Hall. It's a very tough subject that many do not want to hear. But hey, sometimes you got to make things a little uncomfortable in order to move forward. And that's what we're doing tonight on Spaced Out Radio. The second half of the show coming up right after this. Stay tuned. All right, there we go.
Awesome, man. You got some great questions. Good job.
Yeah, we're doing good tonight. Good audience tonight. Great hats.
Yep.
It's been fun so far.
Yeah. Yeah, I appreciate it very much.
So you all ready for Christmas?
Oh, I don't know. I got 4 kids and they're all in the local area here. They're all adults and stuff. So, and of course, a lovely ex-wife who's still in the area. But I'm sure we won't get together as a family necessarily, but I've got some presents to get for sure.
Mm-hmm. I hear you there. Yeah, it's going to be a weird, tough one because this will be the first Christmas without my mom. So,
oh yeah,
that'll be a tough one, and more so for my father. He's already, like some of the grandkids came and set up all of Grandma's Christmas ornaments and tree and everything, and Dad is, he's looking at it and he's just like, man, this is tough, man. And I'm like, I get you, but I'm hoping by next Christmas that my dad is living up here with us.
Yeah.
So that way he doesn't have to worry about a mortgage. He doesn't have to worry about anything. The only thing that he needs to worry about is his daily tea time during the golf season.
That's there you go. Wonderful.
Yeah. So that'll be interesting to see how it goes. And we got to get through a long winter first that hasn't started yet. Hopefully it doesn't get late.
Yeah. Who knows?
Usually around now, Mike, I got 2-3 feet of snow outside.
Well, I know.
I haven't.
Can you imagine? I remember October 1st when we were there at the lodge that your wife was working at.
Yep.
With that conference. And all of a sudden it dumped. I don't know what it was. That was a lot of snow.
Oh, dude, it dumped like 18 inches in like 6 hours.
Yeah. And we couldn't even get Grant Cameron to the airport. It was just amazing.
I know. Crazy.
That was quite an adventure.
Crazy. Yeah. We're actually thinking of doing that again, except earlier in the year.
Like nice.
Late August, September, early September. So that way we don't hit that. But we're thinking about potentially doing one in 2024 and kind of go from there.
Great. Wonderful. That'll be fun.
Yeah, it would be. All right. We got about over 90 seconds left.
All right.
Did you add that belt to your hat?
Yeah, that's my grandfather's State Patrol lanyard that went across his chest.
Oh, wow.
When he was a 30-year state patrolman here in the state of Washington. You know, he'd patrol around on a huge Indian motorcycle with a sidecar. Quite a story. Yeah, Charlie Hall. He was a 300-pounder and didn't take any guff from anybody on the road.
Right? Right? Your whole family been in law enforcement?
No, no, my dad ended up being a PhD educator. Um, and actually, my grandfather's father was a um, um, in the military at West Point.
Oh,
So
nice.
there's military there, and then law enforcement with my grandfather. But then my dad kind of like rebelled and wanted to do something else.
All right, everybody. Thank you all for the super chats tonight. Louis with a hat trick, T-Bone times 2, Jenny, Kira, W. Decker, and Joanne, JSCO, and Maggie. Here we go. Here we go with the second half of Spaced Out Radio tonight. Good to have you with us. My name is Dave Scott. Very much appreciate earning your listening ears. Reminder to all of you that if you've missed portions of this show or others, you can check out our free archives by going to youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Do me the favor, hit that subscribe button. Our website, spacedoutradio.com. We have a plethora of features for you. Rock out to Bumblefoot, read the news wire, check out our swag as well. Follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio, Instagram at Spaced Out Radio Show, and you can join us on Patreon in the Space Travelers Club. We have the paranormal lawyer, Michael W. Hall, until the top of the hour, and he has a brand new book out on Amazon called UFOs and the 21st Century Church. It's a good one. It's a controversial book, and it is something that, hey, maybe somebody you know needs this one to open up their eyes that aliens are potentially here. Michael, welcome back.
Oh, thank you, Dave. This has been a lot of fun for me, I tell you. And by the way, I think you're right, is that this book is not just for pastors and priests and church leadership. It's for the layperson out there in the congregations, all across America and the world that really need to figure out how to get up to speed on this issue as well. I tried to create a primer for people who have no clue about UFOs and the paranormal so that they can pick this up and kind of get up to speed relatively quickly. And I'm hoping maybe people will purchase this, during the holiday season, maybe get it to their local pastor or someone that they know that probably needs to figure out what's going on.
All right, let's get some questions here. Let's start off with Kim. Do you have any insiders telling you this is why now? That it's because they are coming? Michael, I'll start with you and then I'll finish that up.
I wish I had some kind of an insider source that actually I could, cite to say that this is how I kind of got that feeling. I don't have an inside source. It is only because I have been researching this field for literally over 40 years. I was a APRO field investigator for the Aerial Phenomena Research Organization back in 1974. I represented Dr. James Harder, who was the first field investigator who got a hold of Travis Walton after his event. I've been involved in this a long time. And mostly, as we all know, that they've been putting the clamps on disclosure ever since 1947. And even Project Blue Book, of course, was out there just to try to keep the clamp on everything. Then all of a sudden, in 2017, the floodgates open and they confirm that UFOs are real. What's up with that? That's what I keep telling myself. The only thing that makes sense, like you well know, Dave, is that they must have had some kind of communication and were given a deadline that they're going to have to deal with. And all of a sudden they had to figure out how they're going to do this. They better start the process. And that's what I think is going on there.
Yeah, for me, it was more about, I did talk to some people uh, about this behind the scenes, and I said, there is no reason for why now. There's zero reason. It makes no sense. And for me to sit there and believe that a rock star on a passion started up the boy band of all boy bands in the UFO world with the To the Stars Academy could actually kick this off for no reason. And then you learn that basically Tom DeLonge was a plant, okay, who still believes to this day that he's the one who started it all. No, it has never been Tom DeLonge's game. That's a conversation for a different story. And as people started coming out of the woodwork and talking, and as I built sources regarding who I could trust and talk to, I did start asking the why now question, because we were the first to really ask that publicly. Why now? Because it still to this day makes no sense. And when I talked to one of my sources about it, he says, tell me your reasoning. And I told him exactly what I told the audience and you tonight, Mike. And he said, stay on that track. He goes, 2027 could be very interesting. 2027 to 2030 could be very interesting. And so I do believe that there was a phone call made. To put it in lighter term and text, a phone call was made saying, we're on our way, start preparing. Because when we get there, there is no choice.
Yeah. And if you look at the history of what's going on recently with, the nukes being shut down, in our country, even in the Soviet Union, and different things that are tests of nuclear weapons are not going the way we thought they should, and that kind of thing. They're involved in our space and our atmosphere and our world as we speak. They're not waiting for us, and like you said, I think they're trying to keep us under wraps and until they can get us, to full confirmation, and then start, a discussion, a dialogue between them and us. And this is not just one race, of course, as we all know. There's got to be a whole galactic community out there that we are now going to eventually have to deal with and get along with. And it's just fascinating how that works. I think it's going to be fun for people to deal with in the future if they don't freak out first.
Combined with your book and your study into the religious side of disclosure, do you believe humanity is ready for extraterrestrial contact?
No, not at all. It is going to be a real major paradigm shift. It's almost as if some people have said that science only goes forward one death at a time. As the old scientists finally die, the new ones come along and kind of accept the new theories and that kind of thing. I don't know how long it's going to be with the baby boomers on this planet, because indeed we are the last big generation of souls on the planet that most of us probably don't have the flexibility spiritual wise to be able to deal with this. That's what baby boomers are kind of like. But the generations behind us, I don't think they're going to have a problem at all, just like you mentioned. I've got 4 adult children. They're all younger than me, of course, and they're not going to have a problem. And I know that even younger people are almost, they're there already with, artificial intelligence and 3D and social media. It is amazing what they're thinking something totally different than the way we even thought as baby boomers.
Yeah, I agree with you. With the younger generation, that 30 and under crowd, I totally agree with you on that. Okay. It's getting through, like you said, the baby boomer version. Gen X doesn't care. Gen X
Ah,
doesn't give a care about anything.
you're right.
Okay. You know, and being a part of Gen X myself, you know, I mean, hey, we ate dirt, drank out of hoses from the house. We'll survive. You know, we will survive. But the idea behind it all, I guess, where I'm saying is, I look at the oil industry that has over 1 million people in North America alone, or a couple million people directly and indirectly around North America alone. What are they going to do? What's going to happen to the economy? What happens to the religious? What happens to the destitute and those who are depressed or anxious or suffer from mental disorder, because and they're not going to be able to handle what happens. And to me, I'm really afraid, and maybe I shouldn't be, but I'm really afraid about the potential of serious violence on one another if they come in and whoever the disclosure president is walks up to the podium and says, "Ladies and gentlemen of the United States, I'm here to announce we are not alone in this universe. At such and such time today, an aircraft from a distant planet showed up on Earth with beings of unknown origin." And I don't know how that it's not just an American problem, Mike. It's a world problem.
Yeah.
This is outside of a nuclear holocaust or Jesus Christ himself coming down from the heavens. This is only one of 3 stories that will impact every single person on this planet, from those who are living in the concrete jungles of New York, Tokyo, and Paris, to those living in the jungles of Brazil, to Africa, to Southeast Asia. Every person, no matter how moderate, no matter how advanced or behind the times they are, will be affected by this happening.
Exactly. The real interesting fact about that, though, is unless it affects people directly in their house, their job, their family, in 2 weeks, they're going to go on with their lives and not deal with it. That's the weird thing about the human population. So it really depends on how confirmation is rolled out. If confirmation is rolled out like with just some big announcement, like it happened in the New York Times, for instance, as you well know, there was a giant what happened burger after that. No one really did anything after that big announcement. So it's going to be very interesting to see if they really get the ETs involved in our society and in our government and in our planet once confirmation is being given, or whether they just tell you about it and then they go on with whatever they were doing.
Do you see that being a positive note? Do you see, I mean, how do you see it being rolled out is what I'm trying to ask.
Yeah. It's just normally I would say that the disclosure process is going to be, one domino tipping over and then the rest of them are going to fall immediately. Normally I would think that that's the way it would happen. But now with the Schumer amendment, that Congress and stuff is trying to get passed, the Senate, is trying to pass, and the blowback that they're receiving in that regard, this was a bipartisan process, the Schumer amendment, to basically say that if there's any ET material out there, bodies, spaceships, or whatever, that the eminent domain aspect of our government could take control of those, no matter who had them, whether it was Lockheed Martin, whether it was a private company, whether it was the military, the Pentagon. The Congress is trying to pass this amendment that says that if we have extraterrestrial materials, the government needs to see it and discover it and you know, try to figure out how it works. So that's the interesting thing, is that the blowback is definitely coming down the road right now, if anybody's ever gotten into this lately. And it's going to be interesting to see how the political war is being fought and won down the road to keep this thing on track for disclosure.
Let's get to Simon's question. Michael, what do you suggest to get this party started and bring on real change?
You know, what we're going to have to do as a community, a human community, is we're going to have to look within ourselves more than outside of ourselves for a savior at this point. I think that was one of Jesus's message anyway, is that you need to use your own powers, you know, to be able to bring about change. And I think that's what we're going to need to do as a civilization, is raise our consciousness level so that we can literally at one point not freak out and not be ostracized by the extraterrestrial community when indeed confirmation actually happens. Can you imagine what extraterrestrials are thinking at this point? Wow, I wonder how they're going to handle this once we figure out how to tell them that we're here on a global level. They're probably a little trepidatious themselves. Who knows, maybe they've even gone through this many times before on other worlds. But yeah, it's going to be very interesting. That's what we need to worry about as ourselves.
Question from President Zaddy. Do you really believe in aliens, or do you think that they are fallen angels like the Nephilim, said to be trapped under the Euphrates? Are the aliens just a distraction from a deeper truth?
Ah, very good. And she's a biblical scholar as well. So I really appreciate the question there. You know, I believe that there is supernatural, spiritual entities that are not necessarily aliens or ETs from other planets. So I think it's a broad spectrum in that regard. And indeed, there are, you know, the whole idea of Satan being a fallen angel himself and literally being banished to Earth to rule this planet. It's just fascinating to me that if these things are anywhere near reality out there, we're going to have to broaden our perspective on what alien ETs are. So I really appreciate that question.
Do you believe that they are Nephilim based?
No, not all of them. I think maybe some of them could be. You know, the Nephilim, by the way, were the product of the sons of God and earthly women. They were the giants, the what they call the men of old and stuff. So the Nephilim indeed are pretty much hybrids themselves. So you wonder, and of course then the flood, God sends the flood to wipe them out. And then of course you wonder if they actually were all wiped out because of the local giant mounds that are been uncovered in the Midwest and the giant skeletons that have been found, you know, for hundreds of years. So it's a fascinating question, you know, about the Nephilim being reality and where are their progeny now?
Good question. We got about 5.5 minutes to go with you tonight. Michael W. Hall, the paranormal lawyer, and his new book, UFOs of the 21st Century Church. We continue on. Let's go over to Tony in the UK. Good morning, Tony. Michael, what if the God-fearing people found out that we might have been seeded by non-human intelligence? What would their reaction be?
That's going to be one of the major problems there, Tony. I mean, literally, people out there are going to ask questions once disclosure or confirmation happens. And those questions are going to lead to the fact that some of these things are just unbelievable. The fact that, you know, evolution happens over millions of years, but the hominids on our planet that are us now, Homo sapiens sapiens, have only been around for a couple thousand, 100,000 years. So you start thinking about that. Wait a minute, what happened at that point to create who we are so quickly on the planet without any fossil record of the connection between, Neanderthal and Homo sapiens sapiens and the Denovicians, whatever they call them. So there's going to be a lot of questions asked, and the faith-based believers out there are really going to have a problem, I believe. And I'm not saying that I have the answer and that what I'm saying is the truth. I'm just saying that we're going to have to be quite discerning in the future as Christians and faith-based believers to figure out what the real truth is, and then keep an open mind about how we're going to live our lives in spiritual connection with God, for sure.
Any word of what God thinks about all of this?
I wish he would tap me on the shoulder and let me know. That would be a lot easier to write this kind of a book, or to know what to say if I literally get confronted, with Christian believers that are going to have a problem. I need to have discernment myself, and hopefully grace and wisdom from God to be able to figure out what I can do next after this book is published.
Question from Simon: what would be Michael W. Hall's complete outcome with this?
Well, I can imagine that if indeed, as some people have said, and some abductees have said, that there is a galactic federation out there of various ETs representing various planets, and they get together periodically and they talk with one another, and obviously they probably war against each other, and they probably have treaties with one another. I think the next step for all of us is potentially just joining that cosmic community out there, at least in our neck of the woods here in the Milky Way, and seeing how we can grow in that regard as far as our consciousness level. I'm looking forward to that.
Me too. Let's see if we can sneak in another question here. This one from Tony again in the UK. Given the talents of the one called Jesus, is it possible he had non-human intelligence blood and maybe a star child?
Well, if you believe Valiant Thor, the guy from Venus, he says that Jesus was from Venus. So obviously that's an extraterrestrial right there. I'm not saying that Jesus is an ET, but I'm just saying that there's a lot of evidence out there for people who think that God is smaller than he really is. And indeed, if he has a son called Jesus, my word, Jesus would not necessarily just be confined to this small little speck of dust in the Fibonacci curve arm of the Milky Way.
I get that. Michael, we have 1 minute to go here, and I want to say a big thank you for coming on Spaced Out Radio. I know it's late coming, but I am going to extend the invite to you. If you want to stick around for hour number 3 with myself and Courtney Marcassani for the UFO report, you're more than welcome to. She is having some internet issues right now and having troubles connecting, but if you could stick around, that'd be wonderful.
I appreciate the invite, Dave, there, but I think I need to go back and get a few things done and then get some sleep myself. So I appreciate it.
Perfect. Well, tell everybody where they can find your new book.
Well, they can go to Amazon.com and they can look up UFOs and the 21st Century Church. And literally, or Michael W. Hall, either way. Michael W. Hall on Facebook will get you there as well. And I've got a website there with all of the information that you might need. You can always get a hold of me through Facebook as well.
Love it. Michael, it's always good to have you here, my friend. You are wonderful, and Merry Christmas to you and your family. We'll talk to you very soon.
Thank you.
Coming up next, we're going to head over to Steve Stockton from Among the Missing and another creepy story. Then we're going to hook up with Courtney Marcassani for the UFO report. Spaced Out Radio continues after this. All right, Michael, you take care.
Awesome, buddy. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
No problem. I know you'll share the hell out of this show. So go at it tomorrow.
All right, buddy.
Take care.
Thanks so much.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Well, thank you, Gentry. Thank you all. All right, I'm just going to disappear for a minute. I got to go call Courtney, see if everything's A-okay. Be right back. go. Mm-hmm. We're going to have to try something a little bit different with Courtney tonight because her Starlink is down. But we're coming in. We are coming in. Chrono Trigger, how you doing? Good to see you, man. Oh, where am I here? Thank you to everybody who shared the show tonight. Lots of you did on Twitter. Appreciate it. Very much appreciate it. And thank you to our super chatters tonight. Louis ×3, T-Bone ×2, Jenny, Kira, W. Decker, Joanne, JSCO, Maggie, CS at Dry Toast, the best name on YouTube. Don't forget you can shop at our store, spacedoutradio.com. We do not have ugly swag, people, so make sure you go check it on out. Here we go with hour 3.
Would you like to connect with us? Head to spacedoutradio.com for all your latest show info. Now, back to Dave Scott and SOR.
Here we go with the third and final hour of Spaced Out Radio tonight. Good to have you with us. My name is Dave Scott. Very much appreciate earning your listening ears wherever you are on this beautiful planet we call Earth. Hi to everyone listening in on our terrestrial affiliates around North America, digitally on Odyssey Radio, TalkStream Live, and KPNL. All of our archives are free. You can join us at youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Just do old Davey the favor, hit that subscribe button. The Desert Clam has set the password for tonight in the SOR Space Travelers Club. What do you got for us, Clam? Nakarat. Nakarat is your password. Use it wisely, Space Travelers, as the Clam sets the password each and every night right here on Spaced Out Radio. Our website, spacedoutradio.com. We have a plethora of features for you. Rock out to Bumblefoot, read the news wire, check out our swag as well. Follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio, Instagram at Spaced Out Radio Show, and you can join us on Patreon in the SOR Space Travelers Club. It is that time of the night where we say hello to our good friend Steve Stockton from Among the Missing on YouTube and another creepy story.
Hello, friends. Welcome to Among the Missing YouTube channel on Spaced Out Radio. I'm Steve Stockton, and I'm about to take you on an unbelievable journey of people just like you. Their stories and encounters will haunt us on Among the Missing. Next, Claire Nelson. On Tuesday, May 22, 2018, Claire Nelson, a 35-year-old hiker from New Zealand, set out on the Lost Palms Oasis Trail in Joshua Tree National Park around 9:15 a.m., according to the Desert Sun. She told her friend she would be back the following day. Claire was reported missing when she failed to return as scheduled. Search efforts were initiated on Friday, May 25. On the same day, around 3 p.m., she was found alive by a search helicopter and was airlifted to Desert Regional Medical Center, according to the Desert Sun. Claire had fallen around 11 a.m. on Tuesday after she lost her footing and fell about 26 feet into a small clearing. According to an Instagram post, she was scrambling over a high boulder and shattered her pelvis and dislocated her left ankle. Claire said, "I didn't realize it at the time, but I'd gone a mile off the trail. I am very, very grateful to be alive." Claire said that she had to drink her own urine because she ran out of water and fashioned a curtain from a stick in a plastic bag to minimize sun exposure, according to the Desert Sun. "I felt more vulnerable than I could ever have imagined in my life," Claire said. According to the Australian Broadcasting Corporation, Claire said she thinks it was her hiking experience, not inexperience, that very nearly got her killed. She didn't worry about sharing her itinerary with anyone and didn't leave any notes telling people where they might find her if she didn't come home. Next up, Paul Miller. 51-year-old Paul Miller, an experienced hiker and outdoorsman from Guelph, Ontario, Canada, went missing on July 13, 2018, while vacationing with his wife, Stephanie. Paul told Stephanie he was going for one more hike in Joshua Tree National Park on the 49 Palms Oasis Trail before they began their journey home. He left without a cell phone, which Stephanie said was typical. According to the Desert Sun, Paul was supposed to come back to the hotel where he and Stephanie were staying to check out at 11 a.m. When he did not return as expected, she decided to wait an extra hour before taking action. However, when Paul had not returned by noon, Stephanie reported him missing to park officials, prompting a search at 12:30 p.m. According to the Desert Sun, Paul's rental car was located in a nearby parking lot a short time later. More than 600 volunteers put in 6,000 hours looking for Paul, to no avail. Also, 20 canine units were sent out to help locate him. Efforts to find Paul came up short, however, until photographs of the area were taken with a drone in November 2019. After looking through the pictures, investigators saw what looked to be human remains. Park rangers recovered them on December 20, 2019, and the medical examiner's office confirmed they belonged to Paul. It's been a tough journey, waiting. Then, when you hear he's been found, it doesn't make it any easier. Paul's wife, Stephanie, told the Desert Sun in a phone interview. While we will likely never fully know the circumstances of Paul's demise, Stephanie told the Desert Sun that they believe he could have experienced a heart attack or heat stroke. Officials said there was no initial signs of foul play. I hated to think that he was suffering and we couldn't find him, Stephanie said.
And thank you to Steve Stockton from Among the Missing for another great story here on Spaced Out Radio, kicking off hour number 3 as he does every Monday through Friday night. If you want more, just head on over to his channel, youtube.com/Among the Missing, and you can sign up and hear many of those stories for free. From the missing to the mysterious, it is time for the UFO Report and Courtney Marcassani.
Nobody's gonna know. They're gonna know.
All right, Courtney, we're having to do things a little bit differently today. Normally, we have you hooked up to our YouTube channel, speaking nice and clear, but due to the lack of technology sometimes by Starlink, where you are in Pennsylvania, we're having to go through the phone, but that's okay. We're going to deliver a great UFO report tonight. How you doing?
I'm good. Can you hear me?
We got you just perfectly.
Oh, good. Yeah, well, it's a product of being out in the middle of nowhere.
I know.
But at least we'll be able to connect.
That is the main thing. That is the main thing right now is we're going to be connected this way for tonight's show. And I want to kick things off before we get into the latest on the UAP Disclosure Act, because there's a lot of news about that. But people like Tucker Carlson and now Russell Brand, two big names in the podcasting world right now, they are talking about this thing called catastrophic disclosure. This seems to be a new hype title regarding whether or not the aliens even care about whether or not we do anything about disclosure. Explain this to us, because this is a very confusing topic.
The catastrophic disclosure was a term that came up at the Soul Symposium. That's where it originated from, but it actually came from much longer ago at a National Academy of Sciences presentation that was done like 10 years ago. And so it came up again, it resurfaced in Carl Nell's talk at the Soul Symposium, where he was going through the different levels of disclosure, and catastrophic disclosure was the, according to like the government standpoint, like the worst type, because they would not be in control of the narrative.
The whole old narrative thing that we keep talking about. You know, I mean, when I hear catastrophic disclosure, to me, that is disclosure. That's what we've been waiting for there not to be a narrative, for there not to be anything holding back any sort of alien understanding here. You know, I mean, I think the biggest problems that we do have are with a controlled disclosure where the narrative can be pointed in any direction the United States or any world government wants.
Well, that's the problem. It's the controlled, what they call it is a protected controlled narrative, which means that in the government's best case scenario, they would allow certain information to come out and then have the control over whatever it is the evidence is, so that they don't have to release all of it. So that's obviously for those of us who want to have access to all the evidence and the truth and know what's going on. Obviously, we want catastrophic disclosure because it puts more of it in the control in our hands. But right now, we don't have any control. We've just been waiting for so long. You know, all the people that have been following this issue for decades and decades, there will be little drips and drops here or there, maybe a witness here or there. But, you know, what we really need right now is somebody who had firsthand knowledge of the program and touched the craft. And I'm not sure we're going to get that even with a catastrophic disclosure. We can hope for it, but, you know, we haven't seen that yet.
Who is catastrophic disclosure dangerous to? Is it dangerous to the public? Is it dangerous to the United States government?
Well, that's what they want us to believe. I mean, they want us to believe it's dangerous to the public. And I think the reason why, if you can trust some of the things that Bob Bigelow has said, if you look at some of his interviews and his talks, is sometimes he skirts that edge by saying, maybe we wouldn't want to know, or maybe it would be too dangerous for us to know. He says things like that at times. So you have to wonder why he's now starting up a college out in Nevada for afterlife studies and mediumship and things along these lines, and psychic mediumship. Why has he departed from the field of UAP and UFO research, and now he's going into this more esoteric line of inquiry? I mean, I know that might be a departure for some people. You really have to look at the way these individuals have talked about disclosure. And some people who have been close to this issue have said we might not be happy with it. So I'm not sure why that is. I don't land on any certain side, whether it's, we don't know. We don't know why they don't want us to know if it's dangerous for us. But that's what the government would have us believe, I think, that it's dangerous to us for us to know the real truth. But I think we would rather want to know. I think humanity would rather want to know than have information controlled for us.
See, for me, I totally understand why Robert Bigelow would want to get more into the esoteric side. The esoteric side are the people who are communicating with the aliens, that are having those telepathic conversations, the astral travel.
Yes.
You know, it makes sense to me that he's advanced.
Out-of-body experiences. I mean,
yes.
So much of this is being done on a psychic level, and I think that is something that really needs to be questioned, and it hasn't come up a lot. You know, even in David Grush's, the big whistleblowers testimony, you didn't hear anything about that side of it. Now, Danny Sheehan, in his recent interview, he goes right into it and addresses it and talks about it openly. And so he's saying we're going to do catastrophic disclosure if we don't get this, we don't get this government and this Congress to get access to the special access programs that we're asking for. So, and get this, the Schumer amendment passed. So that's what catastrophic disclosure is. It's Danny Sheehan and others. I don't know how many others, but he's definitely saying that he has 40 witnesses. Now, where those 40 witnesses come from, we don't know. Have they been vetted? Have they been looked at and their backgrounds been deeply investigated? We don't know that. He hasn't told us that. So these are some of the concerning things that people are bringing up right now that are saying it could set us back in disclosure. If these witnesses aren't high caliber, it could really hurt the UFO disclosure process.
Speaking of Danny Sheehan, we are right now efforting to get him on the air with us here in December. And I've been in contact as late as earlier today with his agents who are trying to prepare this. But I think Danny Sheehan really, really screwed up here. And I'm curious your opinion on this, because he is now hitting up for donations up to $1,000 per donation to try and raise money for his latest group. Okay, trying to put this disclosure movement forward and move it ahead. Okay, $1,000 at Christmas time for UFO disclosure. It's hitting a lot of people the wrong way, and I'm just curious what your thoughts are on this.
Well, what's the money for? Is it for legal fees? Is it for travel? Is it for staffers? I mean, what is the actual donation going towards in terms of expenses? That would be nice to know. Because from what I understand, New Paradigm Institute has an office in DC there. And that's been there for a while. So I wouldn't imagine it would actually be for like setting up, political action committee or whatever. I think it would honestly probably be for legal fees, but I don't know that. And I do find it odd that it's up to $1,000. I mean, nobody has that kind of money. So I didn't know that. That's good information to have, because you wanna always look at the money and look at how people are funding their nonprofits or their organizations. And I don't think it's unfair to ask for donations if you're doing really good work. I mean, I would donate for disclosure if I felt like if it was a good organization who was, really hands-on and getting a lot of progress. I think the confusing thing is that people are wondering how, and you asked this the last time we talked about the news, is how connected are these organizations, like Americans for Safe Aerospace and the Soul Foundation and New Paradigm Institute? How much are they integrated? How much are they working together? Or are they funding their organizations privately, separately? Those are good questions, and I don't have the answer, but I'm sure we could ask how they're funding their organization with that money.
Well, let me bring it up here, okay? And it says, donate to the New Paradigm Project. Please donate to support the Romero Institute's new initiative, our New Paradigm Project. Your gift will propel and sustain the essential investigation and conversation surrounding UAPs. Consider joining the Forum for Truth with a donation of $1,000 or more to gain privileged access to inside information and virtual discussions as we proceed. Thank you for standing with us in our search for the truth. Now, this sounds like...
Wow.
Now, I don't know much about the New Paradigm Project, but if I'm correct, Danny Sheehan works with a multi-millionaire, a .com guy named Mark, who, last I heard, was worth something like $50 to $100 million. So hitting people up, and they tried to put together a university, online university for disclosure as well, but I heard that plan kind of failed a couple of years ago. And I'm wondering if this is kind of like the same type of project, this New Paradigm Project.
Well, I had heard different information. I don't know who Mark is, but I had heard different information as to how the New Paradigm Institute, arm of Romero Institute, was established. And it was somebody who was backing it and funding it, but I don't know all the details of it. And it was kind of like, almost like a rumor. So I don't have that substantiated. I could certainly ask and find out how it was funded, because, transparency is really important on many levels. Now, if it's a private organization that's being funded there shouldn't be any reason why it wouldn't be public as to who funded it. I mean, look at other organizations like Edgar Mitchell's organization. He got private funding to set up IONS, and that was public, and people knew who was behind that. And so it shouldn't be a problem, if it's been funded with some private grants. I mean, that's what development is. And what funding development is everybody knows you need multiple types of funding to fund a nonprofit or any kind of organization that relies on grants or public donations or all kinds of investments. And so it takes a lot actually to fund an organization, especially an organization like this, where you're working on disclosure and, you can't just have all volunteers. Sometimes you have to pay people. And so there are very real costs with this, but I don't know this Mark partner. I had not heard that, and I don't know that connection. But like I said, we could easily ask and find out how New Paradigm Institute was funded and started. Or maybe they got some seed money somewhere from a grant. I don't know. And what I did hear was more of a rumor, so I can't really say where the money came from.
Well, I know there are a lot of people upset with Danny Sheehan because Danny Sheehan has always been by the people for the people. And now hitting those same people up for money. This is really, like reading on Twitter here regarding it. I'll read a few comments. Danny's actions over the decades have proven to be completely the opposite of what is expressed on that page. So I'm chalking it up to poor choice of words on the part of whoever wrote that blurb. Inside information could be related to many different things. What I do believe is that the sentence is vague enough for each person to draw their own conclusion. Danny is not perfect, but I don't see anyone else attempting to fight with us. Let's not tear each other down. Linda says, totally agree. Very bad message. Sean Rash, who has a good podcast. Everybody but us has privileged information. They just charge attention over money. I mean, there seems to be a lot of people kind of upset with this, that, hey, if you want it, you got to pay to play. And once again, to me,
well, who wouldn't be? Yeah, who wouldn't be? Who has $1,000 to pay for insider information? Like, if you break it down like that, that's patently ridiculous. And what kind of commitment can you make to give insider information? As we started the conversation, there's been some breaking, news here in the last 48 hours about some of these witnesses, that they might not have been vetted as deeply as they could have been or should be in order to do catastrophic disclosure. So it might actually, if they haven't been vetted deeply, it might actually set disclosure back. So with those kind of factoids going around about the 40 witnesses that they have, it gets people conflicted, because who's going to want to put money into that if it sets disclosure back? That's not giving anyone a vote of confidence in where they want to put their money.
I think what we're seeing is an expansion of the disclosure for dollars that we have been forewarning people about for weeks. Everybody is trying to get into the UFO public's wallet these days. And you know what? I don't know what our listeners do for a living. It's none of my business. Okay. But for anybody who, you got Ryan Graves looking for money. Avi Loeb and his 45 different groups looking for money. Gary Nolan's Soul Foundation looking for money. Now Danny Sheehan looking for money. I mean, there's so many groups out there looking to dig into pockets with 25 seconds to go. At what point does the UFO public just say enough is enough?
Well, it's always been about money, but maybe when you're talking about the UFO community, it's always been about selling books, right? About researchers selling books or conferences, going to conferences, and people investing their time and energy in a hotel room or to go to a conference to meet other people who are in the field. But this is at a much larger scale. Right?
right.
When you're asking people to just hit the button of $1,000 over the internet, not giving any guarantee that there's going to get a return on the investment, that is patently ridiculous.
Courtney Marcassani and the UFO Report continues on Spaced Out Radio right after this. Stay tuned. We are doing great tonight, man.
$1,000? Is that for real? I
Yes.
did not see that.
I will,
That is an insane amount of money.
yeah, I can, I'll send you this right now. Here's the lead out.
You know, in this economy and the way inflation is and the way things are costing, I mean, that just that hurts. There's no way people can pay that kind of money.
I've emailed you.
I mean,
I've emailed you something.
You've emailed it?
Yeah.
Okay.
But from the website, that's where Tiny Klaus got it on his YouTube.
Okay, well,
Or not YouTube, Twitter.
Tiny Klaus.
Sorry, Twitter.
He usually has good intel, and he usually has good information.
Mm-hmm.
So I will check it out.
Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of
I'm just shocked. Actually. I mean, I shouldn't be, but I am. I'm shocked at that.
yeah.
And, you know, it's also shocking to me that, you know, the Soul Foundation is also out, looking for money, because it's just, you're talking about Silicon Valley funding, you're talking about just the highest class of people in that region, in our country, the top 1%. And so it is really fascinating to watch and see how the money flows and where the money is being invested and who shows up, the investors.
Yeah. Oh, I agree. Simon the Likeable.
Yeah, well, if they're going to go to those three organizations, that money's probably going to go to the Soul Foundation.
Yeah, I would agree. One way or another, Avi Loeb's going to get his cash.
Well, it's very competitive. It would be a very competitive process. And I just saw that UAPX just put out a paper. I started reading in it, and I was in a space with Gary Voorhees. I had a question, actually. I wanted to ask about sensor data because I hadn't read the paper yet. What was planning to? And one of the things that Dr. Knut said at his presentation at Soul Symposium was that we don't have very good sensor data for the water. We have sonar and other things, but we need better sensor data for the water. So that was going to be my question that I asked him, but I didn't get to it. I got kicked off the Twitter space before I could get it out. But, these are things that could be good things to fund, engineering on sensors under the water, and a real need, to get more information and more citizen science going.
I don't even know if that's needed. I think what we need is more people who are extremely connected with credibility to come up and say, hey, this is how it's done. This is how we do it. Not certain people who are, in the middle of the disclosure for dollars movement, right? But you know what?
No kidding. How about the fact that the CIA has gone and has some kind of technology that it can track stealth?
Mm-hmm.
That was part of that article that came out with the Daily Mail, which crazy rag to be publishing that on, right? I mean, the Daily Mail, for God's sake, I know some people really like to read that, but in England and in Britain, they don't think it's a good high caliber paper. So it's odd. It's all odd to me. But, they said they had sources. They said they had been vetted. So let those people come out who know about the U.S. government stealth tech that can track the UAP. Why not? If they want to go on the record about an article, why don't they come out and help with the catastrophic disclosure? If it's a movement.
I may have somebody to talk to about that, much like we did with Olaf Phillips.
Oh yeah, well that was a great conversation.
Yeah.
What a breakdown that he gave about some of the questions around, the occult and why the occult is important in the echelons of the SAPs. That was really great. Okay. What a great connection.
Hold on, we have 20 seconds left. Thank you to Dry Toast, CS Maggie, T-Bone ×2, JSCO, Joni, Louie with a hat trick, Jenny, Kira, and W. Decker for the super chats. Remember, you could shop at our Spaced Out Radio store. We do not have ugly swag, people. And here we go. Here we go with the final half hour of the UFO report and of this show tonight on Spaced Out Radio. My name is Dave Scott. Thank you so much for taking the time to join us. We very much appreciate earning your listening ears wherever you are on this beautiful planet we call Earth. Reminder to all of you that if you've missed most of this show or others, check out our free archives by going to youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Do me the favor. Hit that subscribe button. Our website, spacedoutradio.com. We have a plethora of features for you. Rock out to Bumblefoot, read the news wire, check out our swag as well. Follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio, Instagram at Spaced Out Radio Show, and you can join us on Patreon in the Space Travelers Club. Courtney Marcassani is back with the UFO report. We are chatting about some topics regarding this subject. Started off with catastrophic disclosure. Also trending on X right now, Courtney, is the UAP DA. Wow. Is this story ever going to go away about what is happening with the Disclosure Act?
Well, it's historical, so it's never going to go away. It's going to be some kind of either major landmark decision that's made where we get transparency or we're going to get set back. So, but either way, it's historical. It's a landmark decision in our Congress to either allow the evidence to come out or not. And so everybody's paying attention. Everybody's putting pressure on them because we want transparency. And it's raised awareness to people who are not just in ufology. It's raised awareness to people who are hearing things like non-human intelligence is real. What does that mean? We have non-human beings in our custody. I mean, it's scandalous. It's downright scandalous for people who haven't been tracking this issue. So it's a huge historical thing, whether it passes or not. So I don't think we're going to see the end of it in the near future or news about it either. The news is going to be covering it. People on our level news. I'm not talking mainstream news. I mean, Russell Brand might be talking about it, and Tucker Carlson has been talking about it for at least a year, maybe 2 years, because Gary Nolan went on his show as well. So he's also been talking about it. But you don't see it on CBS. You don't see it on the nightly news still. So we haven't reached that level. But that would be a catastrophic disclosure if we start seeing it on ABC, NBC, and CBS on those nightly news channels.
Right. One of the things that Grant Cameron tweeted out today was a quote or something he got from Danny Sheehan as we bring lawyer Danny Sheehan's name back into it. He said, according to Danny Sheehan, the Mike Turner opposition to the UAP disclosure bill has to do with Radiance technology and its destabilizing prompt global strike program, building a rocket that can move at 20,000 miles per hour, do 90-degree turns, and be in Russia or China in under 2 minutes. Apparently, the technology for development came from the UAP back engineering. What's your thoughts on this?
Yeah, well, we talked about this. You and I talked about Radiance. Radiance, Raytheon, they all have different contracts, but different people and different Republicans are connected to them. And if you go and look at their track records, their voting records on defense, and where their campaign dollars come in, you'll be able to see who's connected to who, like Lockheed Martin and Radiance. And so, yes, I had heard that. And yes, it is true. And so it's, a foregone conclusion that they're not going to vote for transparency because they don't want that contract to be in jeopardy. I mean, it's just ridiculous that this kind of thing comes down to the contracts and the monies when you're talking about non-human intelligence being disclosed. I mean, it shouldn't equate one with the other, but for some bizarre reason it does, and it's what's holding back disclosure. And it's ridiculous.
So is it less UFO and alien contact and more about the toys that are being hidden from the American government or from the American public due to defense technologies?
Everybody wants to say that there's no NHI, that there's not another civilization, that there's no other beings, that this is all about UAP, what you and I have discerned, which is basically like government tech that's been back engineered, right? That's what everybody wants to say. That's what everybody wants us to think, that it's only about the contracts and we have all this military superiority, which we have for decades and decades and decades, that it's not about the other one. But I think that's misleading. I think it's misleading to say this is just about our technology and our superiority and that we don't want to lose, these IRAD monies to be going into the contracts, which has been happening the whole time in black budget programs. There is another issue, and it's NHI. And I also think that's part of it. You can't rule that out, not with as much evidence as there has been up to this date. That's what I think. But that's just my opinion. But I think that's what they want the public to think, that it's just UAPs, that it's not UFOs. But it is UFOs.
Okay, so the UFOs would be on the back burner of this, though. If I look at Chris Lato, former fighter pilot, he's saying, follow the money. Mike Turner, head of the Intelligence Committee, is from Wright-Patterson Air Force Base District. Gee, where have we heard that before? He is also top 5 receiver of defense money. Mike Rogers is the numero uno receiver of defense contracting money. The private corporations such as LM, named by Reed, and Raytheon, current SecDef was a board member, have much to lose if this comes out and they are found actually holding UAP materials. Now, this was a response that he made to Chuck Schumer and the Schumer Amendment on Twitter. Schumer stated, House Republicans are trying to kill the Senate's bipartisan measure to increase transparency around UAPs. This measurement I'm championing with Senator Rounds would create a board to work through the declassification of government records on UAPs. We'll keep working to get this done.
Well, that's what we talked about last time, that there was they were in conference. The House, when they were in conference to discuss this, and that's why Schumer came on and we saw him do the soundbite, because what would have to happen if the Disclosure Act goes through is in the first 30 days, there are all these actionable things that have to happen, where this 9 representative committee would be, basically sent to the president. And then the president would have to approve the representatives on that 9 panel committee. And then they would start working on in another 30 days on the evidence, in the paperwork, and in the records. And so then that's also falling underneath the JFK timeline for records. So after a certain year, like 25 years or whatever, anything that's not classified has to be released immediately. There's no reason for it not to be. And then the panel would work on, if this is passed, then they would work on the evidence that is in classification, and different classifications that's classified. And that all has to be reviewed by the president once again. And so it's a very, very clear timeline. It's a very tight timeline. And the people that are going to be suggested are going to be from New Paradigm Institute and Americans for Safe Aerospace and the Soul Foundation. So those are going to be the groups that recommend the 9-person panel, but it has to get passed first. And so that's exactly the point you just said. All of these individuals who have stepped up on the Republican Party and said they're going to kill it, or have been working in the conference to kill it by bringing in people like Mitch McConnell, powerful people from the Republican Party who hold a lot of weight. And then, they're also threatening other people on these committees, saying, if you vote for this, we're going to make sure that we get an opposition candidate against you and get you kicked off the committee. And so they're doing that within their own party. So they have a lot to lose, obviously, through the contracts, through their networks, through their ties to the contractors. I mean, I hate to say it because I know I sound like I'm being, kind of trite about it, but it's obvious by now. Everybody's pointed it out. They have everything to lose. Those 4 guys could even lose their own seats because of criminality if they were involved in criminal parts of this.
Right.
So yeah, they're working to squash it because they don't want to lose their money, they don't want to lose their positions, they don't want to lose their credibility, and they certainly don't want to go to jail if there's any illegality involved, which there could be. And that's one of the biggest issues of all, is people going to jail.
Yeah, and that's something that we need to learn about, because I mean, in the end, what we're seeing here is a real division. And like we've said before, and we remind the public once again, this is a public battle between the military industrial complex and UFOs. And people are confused.
And it's hostile. It's been a hostile takeover. I mean, the military industrial complex has done a hostile takeover over all of this. And the collateral damage and what it's done to people's lives who've been involved in these programs or who even attempted to maybe talk about stuff have been affected. And so those things would eventually come to light. And so that's why there are certain people, when they were drafting this, that were talking about amnesty. Like 3 years ago, I remember certain researchers in the community talking about building in an amnesty for people that actually had committed crimes for these programs. And so that's got to be a part of this somewhere too, because there's so much fear involved with it and the truth coming out.
Yeah, that is just absolutely insane. It's absolutely insane that we see this going on right now, and we're trying to parse it all together and splice it up into different sections. I mean, I don't know if this can get any more ugly than what we're seeing right now. Divisive too.
Yes, it's very divisive. It's surprising to see so much bipartisanship still at this late in the game, that there's a lot of support for this going forward, because the American public really is pushing. There is a strong citizen grassroots effort pushing this for transparency, to do what's right. And so, it is the democratic way, and it is a very American way. And people don't like secrecy and cover-ups. And so, we are going to get, I do believe we are going to get some reaction, whether it's catastrophic disclosure or some more mild. I mean, catastrophic disclosure just sounds so, heavy and awful. But according to Danny Sheehan, if he has credible witnesses, that's going to be part of what he does, is to lead those efforts. So we'll see. We'll see if the Disclosure Act doesn't go through, then we'll see what the other result is. But, that's, from what people are saying, could be a very mixed bag. So just for people that are watching it, be discerning about, these witnesses that are coming out and what their experiences were. We need firsthand people. We need people who are firsthand witnesses, not just people who had, fact finding or fact witnesses. I mean, even David Grubb, somebody who was doing fact witnessing for a lot of this, he didn't touch the craft. And that's what people are criticizing his whistleblowing about. Well, he didn't touch the craft. He didn't see bodies. And so we need those really, really close witnesses to help with catastrophic disclosure if it's going to be effective. We need the smoking gun.
One of your favorite people throughout all of this has been Ohio Representative Mike Turner, who's also the chairman of the Intelligence Committee. And he released a weird statement on Twitter earlier today stating, Speaker McCarthy and I tirelessly work together to safeguard our nation's interests, and I am immensely grateful for his trust when he appointed me the chairman of the House Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence. Furthermore, I appreciated hosting Speaker McCarthy in Southwest Ohio each year, where he received briefings at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base and further demonstrated his commitment to our military and his understanding of its vital role in our national defense. It has been a true honor to serve with Kevin. Now, obviously, Kevin McCarthy, is on his, last days or whatever it may be. But to me...
Well, yeah, did you see that he's leaving?
Yeah.
He's leaving. I mean, he made an announcement that he's leaving, which is, I guess it's not surprising, but it also shows how poorly the process worked over the last year, because he struggled to get in. He wanted to be the House Speaker so badly, and I think it was at least 2, maybe 3 votes to get him in there, and he had to give up so much and so many concessions to be in there. And then because he was actually willing to work with Democrats, which is his job to do as Speaker of the House, they ousted him in a very, very volatile way. And so it's, that statement is quite ironic considering what happened to Kevin McCarthy. And I'm not a fan of Kevin McCarthy either, but it's truly unbelievable to hear a statement like that. And then that's true politics right there. It's very ugly.
I can see that.
Unreal.
I can see that very much so. And, with 4.5 minutes to go here before we call it the night, where do you see this going over the next few days? Do we see a calm down now before the Christmas break on this, and then it firing up again in January? Or is this going to be, are we going to continue this boxing match right through?
No, the boxing match is definitely going to continue. We're going to see punch for punch because they want to vote and they want to have this reconciled. They don't want to just always have it come down to the last minute. They usually want to have the counts of the votes so they know where people are going to, vote before it happens. And so if they don't have a clear count right now, they're going to keep boxing it out. And there's going to be negotiations, and they're still going to try to work it out. I had heard multiple times that because eminent domain was written in there, that was a deal breaker. That was the deal breaker. And so if that gets taken out, then it will be a bit weak. The Disclosure Act will be a little bit more weak. But, we might still get disclosure if they take it out. So we'll see what happens. But yeah, it's going to be punch for punch. That's what I think.
Yeah, well, let's see if the brawling continues, because that's really where we're going to be looking for more information. We very much need to see this subject get some sort of clarity before we go into the Christmas break, but we are running out of time. And, the one thing that we have noticed through this entire subject is the politicians and everybody seems to wait till the last minute before reacting.
Yeah, well, somebody said that they didn't think that the Republicans were talking over Thanksgiving break. And I think that I thought that was not true. I mean, they basically were home with their families on break out of session. And then when they came back 5 Republicans had lined up, after the break to kill the bill. And so, they are obviously working on it, and they're working on it on off hours, I believe, in order to get it pushed through or killed. And so they have to have a vote on it because it comes up for a vote for the National Defense Authorization Act for 2024. It has to be voted on. So the time is running out, and we will know. We will know one way or the other. Because they have to get, they have to pass the budget.
I think with 2 minutes to go, it's a very, very tough subject. Where do you want our audience to look? Where should they be looking to gain more information regarding the current affairs that we're going through?
Well, I think what you're seeing on Twitter is a very, very breaking area. You just have to watch certain people because that can pretty much be a cesspool. So you have to be able to watch certain people who have their finger on the pulse and who are bringing out the news. And you can find them. They have credibility, but that's probably the fastest way. Twitter seems to be the fastest way for breaking news on the NDAA and the Disclosure Act, because people are just, they're frenetic watching for this. So that's probably the fastest way. I mean, you can always call your representatives, but they don't really always get back to you right away. So if you haven't called them and you haven't sent them an email, I highly recommend people to still do that. It's not too late. I mean, we've been seeing such whiplash between one day to the next, where one day it's killed, the next day it's got life. One day it's dead, the next day it's got life. So that means there's still time to sway the Congress, and at least let them know that we're still very much interested in this. But yeah, I would watch Twitter. It seems to be the space for breaking news on the Disclosure Act.
Well, something that we're monitoring on a very, very quick basis here, because it is changing, and a story that is changing, but the two things that we can be guaranteed: the Schumer amendment is pretty much said and done. And number two, there's going to be more people each and every day looking for your money to support their cause. And that's where I think we're going to see a lot of struggle moving forward over the next couple of months. Courtney, your final thoughts, 20 seconds.
Yeah, well, if the Schumer Amendment is dead, please don't invest money into organizations that are asking you to have access. It's not with an integrity. I mean, I know that there are these organizations that might have insider tracks, but that should also be public information at some point. So don't put any money into anything. Just do your research. It'll eventually come out.
Thank you, Courtney. As we got Mr. Ron Bumblefoot Thal rocking in the background with Little Brother is watching. Bumblefoot is the official music of Spaced Out Radio, rocking us in and out of every single show. Get your horns up for the guitar god himself. Special thanks to everybody listening in at work, at home, in your cars, wherever you may be. Thank you to everyone in our chat rooms tonight. YouTube, Twitch, LGAP, Facebook, Spreaker, LinkedIn, the Space Travelers Club, and on Twitter at hashtag Spaced Out Radio.
I know you're out there somewhere.
Remember, this show is copyright by Spaced Out Radio and SOR Media Ventures Limited. Thank you so much for choosing to share your evening with us, because together, my friends,
we're watching.
we own the night. Mr. Bumblefoot, we need a favor. We need you to take us home.
I know you're out there somewhere watching me.
Yes, the Woo Train has docked for the night. But soon, my friends, we shall ride again. Your seats are always available. Your tickets never expire. And if you want to bring a friend, we've got room for them too. Good night. Well, Courts, we made it.
Oh, thanks for dialing me in. I'm glad you were able to make that set up, make it work.
Well,
It
you
was
know.
such a great show. It was so good to talk about everything.
Oh, hey, we made it. We were able to do it. We got her done. That's how we do it.
Absolutely, and it was such a great show. I would have been really sad to have missed all of that great, discussion about what's going on because of the damn internet. So fascinating, isn't it?
It's
Isn't
hard.
it to see all these connections.
It's so freaking hard.
It's just so obvious. It's so obvious that they're killing it because they're making so much money off of it. It's so nuts. It's so nuts that they think they're going to be able to do that forever. It's like the gravy train's got to end sometime, guys, right?
I don't think they wanted to. Because, I mean, right now we are looking... But right now we are looking at the potential. Never mind UFOs and aliens, okay? And this is for our audience who's still listening in. Okay, never mind UFOs and aliens. That's what we're interested in. Okay? We're talking UAPs here. We're talking we can't even call them ballistic missiles. Let's call them hypersonic missiles. Okay? That are racing 20-30,000 miles per hour. We're talking aviation aircraft, whether it's drones or whether it's spy planes or whatever that can make a difference. All the toys that are being tested out at Area 51. That's what we're talking about here. That's the disclosure that the U.S. people like Mike Turner are paranoid to see accidentally come out because somebody wants to talk about a UFO. That's the way I see it separating.
What if, Dave, let's go to the next level. What if they shot one down? What if they used their stealth technology? They went into another country because they saw activity, right, from a real UFO. Let's say it's not a UFT, let's say it's a UFO, and they shut it down. Now, how would that be seen as a global issue? That the U.S. went and possibly are shooting these things down and then taking it, right, taking the craft, pulling up and working on that tech to be able to develop this stealth technology that can perceive UFOs, real UFOs. Like, what if that's one of the big part of the issues that they don't want to come out? I mean, what the hell would happen if that's true? If that hypothesis is true?
But we
That would be...
know it is true. We kind of know it is true.
I don't want to imagine it's true. But I put that hypothesis out there because when I go in my brain at night and think about what's all behind this, it can't just be contracts. It can't just be money. It's just so not ethical. And if they're shooting down UFOs because they have developed a stealth technology, real UFOs, that's a global issue. That's a humanity issue. That's across the board. It's not just the U.S. So that's another huge conflict that I think is underlying this whole thing. It's an underpinning. It's got to be.
All right. I just adjusted my phone so our audience could hear you better. So I apologize to our audience. But I mean, here's the other thing, Courtney, too. I mean, we know for a fact, 100% fact, that the United States government and military has stolen a crash retrieval from Canadian soil, and we know they've done it from American soil. So what you're saying isn't that far out of line.
When you think about lines of inquiry and you go in your big board, like the FBI does when they put the characters and they put the players on and they do the stuff, they go into their mind castle, right? Like Sherlock Holmes does. You have to look at those possibilities, right? And they might seem far-fetched, but because the secrecy has gone on for 75 years, there's a very distinct cause behind it. So I have to think that that's one of the reasons. And when Danny Sheehan goes on the record and says they have a being, they held hostages, essentially, that's also not far off base because the U.S. had black projects around the globe. We had over 350. The U.S. at one time had 350 bases across the globe. Think about it. So it's not that far off base. I don't think so. Not when you're thinking of hypothesis as to why this 75-year-long secrecy, and maybe even further back, has been so deep and so covered up. And the money that's been spent, my God. I mean, I don't even know how much was missing before 9/11. 10 trillion. That one accounting official came out and she went on the record and said she had all this money that was unaccounted for and it was going to these black budget projects. And UAPs are part of that, a huge part of it, if not the majority. We just don't know. It's an incredible amount of spending.
What I'm seeing here, and correct me if I'm wrong, okay? But I really think what we are seeing here is a real divide right now between UFOs and UAP. Okay.
Yeah,
and
it is. And people don't discern the difference, but it's an important difference. And the reason why it's an important difference is because everybody who is.
Oh, did we lose her? Oh God, I hope not. That was sounding good. Are you there, Courtney? Let me call her back.
Where'd I lose you?
Oh, you lost us about 30 seconds ago.
Well, what I was saying is there's a big misconception by people who are coming into the field right now, interested people, citizenry all over, who are watching this amendment being passed. They don't have all the history that the people in ufology do, because we've seen citizen hearings, we've seen other witnesses before who have come to Congress and talked about this, real witnesses. And the misconception is it's only U.S. tech. And so people believe, oh, well, if it's our technology, we don't necessarily want to disclose it because that would take away from our national security. And so that's a big misconception, that people don't necessarily take that other leap that UFOs are real. And that's what they want. That's what this whole disclosed narrative is about. It's about UAP technology. It's not necessarily about the UFOs. They might disclose that there have been some UFOs or there have been some craft, and they might be readily willing to admit that there have been back engineering of those crafts, but that's the issue at hand. There are real UFOs. And I think a lot of people don't want to believe that there really are, because they don't want to believe that we're not the only civilization.
So how do you get a brand new UFO public who believes this UAP crap is real? How do you get them educated to be able to segregate one from another?
It's got to be evidence. That's the only way to get people to believe. Even though people like Chris Mellon, who have dabs.
You're breaking up again.
So muddied, even a high credible served and said has to be evidence. That's the way to get people to have a true understanding. Look at things like props that have come out. Only Ray, people around to believe it, whether it was the airmen, no matter what it was, the evidence that brought people to understand that there's a conspiracy. Like Watergate, to have the tapes. Those guys did. They were got it built. They were red-handed, but all the secrecy and Europe that was around it prevented it from coming out until they actually have that around it. In the post, broke it, and so that will break the levee. True evidence and documentation, and that's got to come out to understand and discern between what you are, those are.
Hey, Courtney, I'm not sure if you moved around your house or not, but your signal has got really, really weak.
Oh, okay, hold on. Let me get outside. I'll go back outside because best signal. Did you hear what I?
Yeah, we were able to make that out. But since we don't have,
Okay, hold on. Go back outside because when I go outside, I have the better. Because this is important.
I think it is too.
What I was saying was the only way for people to eat.
I'm going to call her back again.
Hi, you've reached Courtney Marcassani. Please.
We'll try her in a minute. Isn't she brilliant, though? Aren't we blessed to have Courtney with us? I'll try her back here in a minute. Her, where she lives in Pennsylvania, taking care of her mom's house. They're in the mountains and there's not a good signal there. So she is, she's trying to run over internet. Hope she's calling in. There we go. Now we got you.
I have like 3 bars, so I should be able to get this across. Did you hear what I was saying about Nixon and Watergate?
Yeah, we got all that. But I wanted to ask you, on a layman's term right now, how do we educate the public the difference between UFOs and UAP? Because that's really going to open up the subject. And yet...
Yeah, you have to go back. You have to go back and you have to read like people like Frank McDonald's book, right? You have to read Philip Corse's book, but know that some parts of that might be fictitious because that was whitewashed. But you have to go back and look at some of the discovery of these people who had documentation and who talked about it openly in their books. Because people who've been doing this for long enough realize that there's plenty of evidence. That's why we are where we are today, because there was so much evidence in the past to lead to this. People just kept following those threads. So you have to go back and read those early progenitors of the programs and their involvement in them.
Gotcha. Is that, I just, and I'll say this to our audience, okay? When you guys are out there and you're talking and listening to other podcasts and you're listening to other hosts or guests speak, this is where you have an opportunity as an educated public in learning the huge difference between UAP and UFO. None of us should be putting up with UAP. Okay? None of us should be doing that because we are seeing a difference between the two venues, and that gap is getting wider and wider as we speak. So part of that UFO education actually falls on your laps for people who are listening in, because that way you have the ability to change people's minds and say, look, there is a huge difference between a UFO and a UAP. Have that conversation, not an argument, but a conversation, because the more people we can educate, the better off that we're going to get some true understanding. And I think that's a fair assessment, Courtney.
It's the way it's always been done, right? When you want to have any kind of change in any community, regardless of what it is, it has to be done at a grassroots level. And grassroots is what's led us up to today, by really amazing researchers, right? People who have prominence in this field, and, look at the way they walk, listen to the way they talk, and they give plenty of evidence. And there are cases that have been discredited. We know they've been discredited, and a lot of that work has been done already. And that's what I'll say about the UFO community is it is fierce. It's relentless. There is a lot of backbiting that goes on, so don't get involved with the backbiting and the surf turfing that happens in the UFO community. Go and look at the people who have done. Look at the Zodiac. Look at the Zodiac program. Look at those MJ-12 documents that Robert Wood went and vetted all those documents, and some of them were not legitimate, but a lot of them were. He did all that work, cataloging everything. And so there's so much legitimacy to a lot of this that people can find just grassroots by themselves. And I really think that another thing that I really love about the UFO community is people do have meetings in local areas to bring people out to talk about stuff and to debate and, get involved. Get involved. Even if you don't know everything or you don't know every research or every case, it's okay to go out and learn and say what you don't know and learn what you don't know and make good discernment and good decisions about who to trust. And I've led that way, and it's led me right into the heart of this issue myself. And I have to say that this is an exciting time, honestly, to be here now, because I haven't been in the game as long as other people have who've been doing this work a lot longer. And they're also excited. So there is a groundswell happening. And I hope that it continues, because grassroots is what will get it done. And I think that will also encourage whistleblowers to come out if they see how interested people are and that this is, forming another tidal wave. They will.
In your experience, and because you are in numerous Facebook groups chatting to people on a daily basis, are people behind the scenes starting to see a difference between UFO and UAP, or are they still blinded?
No. Oh, no. People definitely understand the difference. And when you see people talking in context, they know the difference between a UFO issue and a UAP and the dividing line, because that the speeds that the UFOs are using and the tech that they're using and the way they shut down things like nuclear ranges and that whole history is coming from UFOs. Because you have to go back and look at the timeline of events. UFOs have been around for so long, and they have been involved with military exercises and things before we had that kind of tech established. And that's one of the things that I always rely upon as like a foundational, thing of understanding the difference. Because when somebody said, "Oh, that's our tech," it's like we didn't have that kind of tech in the 30s when the Magenta crash happened in Italy, and that the OSS got involved in it and the CIA was established. I mean, so there's counterpoints to all the points of, oh, that's just U.S. tech. Foo Fighters were around long before we had established any kind of UAP technology. It's common sense.
Very true. Very true. So as long as people are starting to talk about it behind the scenes, that's great. We just need to get them to stop using the UAP term.
Well, yeah, it was unidentified aerial phenomenon. Now it's unidentified anomalous phenomenon because they're talking about the USOs, right? The submersibles. And so it really is this whole thing, this whole disclosure about UAPs, it's by design. It's what the government wants. It wants the general population to just think it's back engineered as tech. But what was it back engineered from? You always have to kind of go back to that. How do we get it? How was fiber optics developed? Of course, I was talking about that. How were cell phones developed in the silicon chips? Start looking at the origins of these things and where the technology came from. That's where to also use a whole line of inquiry, because that is a very rich area as well.
I can see that. I can totally see that.
Yeah, well, you and I don't know how far you've been down the rabbit hole, but people like Grant Cameron, who was going down the rabbit hole long before I was, he fleshed a lot of this out, and so have others, like I said, with the MJ-12 documents and things. So there's a lot of history, but it does take work and it does take time. And, a lot of people just want to get the answer, and we're not going to just get the answer. We have to create the pressure to get the answers. So that just goes into more pressure, and not breaking up the UFO community, because it has been a huge pressure point for this whole thing to happen and for us to even get legislation. So while people will say negative things about the UFO community and how it's so bitter and, everybody's crazy, I don't think that's the case. I don't think those things are justified or warranted, because there have been so many premier researchers who have brought this out into where we are today. So, you can be disparaging a little bit because there's a lot of stuff that's not authentic, but there is a lot of it that is. And so it's worth it to find the stuff that is authentic, in my opinion, but it takes time.
I'm going to say a quick goodnight to our audience here on Spaced Out Radio, as I got to speed up the editing process here a little bit. But thank you to Louis times 2, T-Bone, or pardon me, Louis times 3, T-Bone times 2, Jenny, Kira, W. Decker, Joanne, JSCO, Maggie, CS, and Dry Toast for the amazing super chats. Tomorrow night on the show, Earl Grey from MUFON, California, and MUFON, Los Angeles, is going to join us. We're going to have a great time tomorrow night. We'll see you then, everybody. Take care. Sleep well.
Stay healthy, my friend.
You too.
If you need bail money, give me a call.
Always, Dad. Take care.
You too.